I work blind, got vision I don't need to see. I'm picking mind over matter, I believe in me. I need to find more hours in the day to breathe. Need to find more power in the way I be. And when my mind turns sour with the painful scenes, I need to scream out loud, I can't stop me. I wanna be the greatest like Rocky. You know I leave them all hating like a hobby. I'm out here making moves like a lobby. And if you ain't with me, it's your loss. See, I got my mind on the facts, I'm a python, grab what I like real fast. Choke until I have everything I attack, everything that I lack, everything that I want, and I see matter of fact. Cause I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind I manifest it. Every morning I wake up obsessed, and everything I do the best. And deep within my mind, you know I'll always manifest it.
Hello and welcome to my Mind Over Your Matter. My name is Rick, and you can see I'm bundled up because it's cold. It is so cold. The heater came and keep up with the coldness in my place. It's been snowing like crazy all day today, and it's not over yet. We still got more to go. We still got like another 8 to 10 inches to go. Wow. It's been one hell of a day already. Cars are starting to get buried with snow. The drifting snow is really causing a lot of problems. But other than that, it's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. I love snow. Snow is like, it makes everything so pretty and everything so clean. And it's just like a winter wonderland. I feel like I'm in a snow globe. And it's such a great like feeling. And like I'm hurting, but not as much as I would like with a wet storm. Like I feel the pain in my neck, the pain in my knee, my back, just the typical areas, but not as much as rain and not as much as a wet snow event. And it makes me happy because like it's beautiful outside and I'm cold, but I'm alive and I'm safe. And that's the most important part. And I hope people out there that are going through this winter storm, I hope they're home. I hope they're at home safe. And I hope if they did have to travel out, that their travels were, they made it safe. So without further ado, let's just get the show started. I got some medicine to smoke, a little teeny weeny one, because this is a pre-roll that I have had saved. And then I have some more I got to roll up. But quick congratulations to the New England Patriots for making it to the Super Bowl again. It seems like it's like the Democratic Bowl. It's like it's all Democrats that run the NFL pretty much, and this is their game and their league, and that's what's projected is all Democratic crap. But I saw the game. The game was, in the first half, it was luckily the Patriots scored the amount of points that they did. Because man, it was such an ugly game. It was the weather really played a big factor, especially in the second quarter. And luckily that game was not played in New England. Thank God Buffalo did lose, because if Buffalo would have won and they would have gone to the Patriots, well, they would have probably been still playing right now, because the score would have probably been 0-0, and they would probably been on their like fifth, sixth overtime, because no one was scoring. It's just too damn cold. The ball is just too damn hard. And listen, congratulations to the Patriots. They were the best team today, and they're on their way to the Super Bowl. They're going to Santa Clara, and we'll see who is going to match up with them. The game is actually taking place right now between the Rams, LA Rams versus Seattle Seahawks. Like I said, Democratic teams. It's all Democratic cities, all Democratic teams, and it's like the NFL is like basically it's a Democratic league. So other than that, congratulations to the New England Patriots. Now send me a check. Now, without further ado, let's get the show set up here, because we got some weather to cover. I got just a few stories. This is going to be a short show, just to let you guys know. It's just going to be a really short show. It's a fucking Sunday. I'm not going to be here for 3 hours, 4 hours, but it's going to be here for a good amount of time. So let's set this up, because I did not set it up. And let's see what's going on out here in Connecticut with the snow.
Okay, well, we are now going to continue our team coverage as we take a peek in Waterbury.
News 8's Zuri Hoffman is in the Brass City for us today, monitoring the situation there. And Zuri, what's your situation? What do you see there?
Yo, what's up, Albie? Yo, what's up, Terry?
Yeah, guys, I want to actually move with you and have you walk with me. So, yes, we're here in Waterbury. We've been out here pretty much all morning. And just take a look at how much snow is building up on the roads here. Now, we talk about parking bans. Here in Waterbury, there is a parking ban in effect until at least tomorrow, I believe 5 o'clock tomorrow. And there's a good reason why. So, as these plow crews come by, actually just want to show you, just look at how much snow is just packed to the side of the vehicle here. So that's why it's really important to move the cars ahead of time, so that way you can get out. That's really important. And also, we've been seeing a lot of plow trucks come by here, but as I stand on the road here,
how you guys doing with the snow?
Barely see the difference between where the sidewalk is and actually where the road is itself. We actually want to safely make our way over here if we can and try to talk to this person. We've been trying to keep an eye on them as they've been trying to shovel their way out.
Don't even
we may
go
be a little
them.
bit too late, but let's see if we will be able to talk to them.
They should not have been
but
parked
a lot
there.
of people have been out and about. A lot of people at this gas
them?
Station over here too. Hi, sir. How are you?
Oh no, I don't touch.
How you doing? We've been watching you shovel. What's going on? Where are you heading?
Oh, I'm not heading nowhere. I'm just making sure the spot is clean so I could easily get out of here.
You're not supposed to be parked there,
so you're not going anywhere, but you just wanted to make sure that you could get your vehicle out.
Keeping up with it, that's all. You know what I mean? I don't want it to be too full, then I'm stuck here trying to shovel.
How
trying to make it light as possible.
It's horrible over there.
How long did it take you to do that? It took a while from what I saw.
Oh my God, that's
out all morning.
double.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think of the snow? How are you feeling about it?
I love snow.
Hey, this is
like a snow globe.
You can do it.
You love snow globes.
Is it bad, or how do you think? Have you been walking around it at all?
Snow globe.
No, I haven't been out here. I just in and out of here. That's it. I ain't been walking nowhere.
Okay, well, you stay safe. I saw you hard at work, so I wanted to come chat with you.
And I know Terry's
you did a good job clearing your car off. So
I hope you
a lot of folks out here, guys. I should say not a lot of folks out here, but the folks who are out here either cleaning their car or essential workers. We spoke with a gentleman earlier who he's actually shoveling some of the sidewalks and working for some of the businesses here,
very dry
some shoveling. So that's pretty much the gist. If you don't have to be out on the roads, it's really best that you stay home and stay safe. That's the latest in Waterbury. I'll send it back to you.
Why didn't it close like at 12?
And just a reminder to stay with us.
I'm sorry, Terry. I'm like,
and the evening, we have all the information on this storm.
Like
you can also find us online at WTNH.com and on our free WTNH News 8 app. No phone should be without it. And you can also see it on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV. It
went really hard here at 5 o'clock. It was so bad that I even got snow inside my place. I was like, what is going on here? Let's make this okay, give me a second here. What is going on here? All right. Sorry about that. My hands are freaking frozen. I can't even click properly. Let me see. I got to do some resizing here. So let's get this set up here. As you can see, I'm really bundled. I'm really like I got like 4 layers on, and it's because the heater is not working properly for 1. 2, I was dabbling in and outside, checking on how the progress is with the snow, and boy, it snowed a lot. Probably during the simulcast, I'll probably take us outside so you can see a live footage of the snow. The only problem is I don't have my gloves. My gloves are in the car. I'll put some socks on my freaking hands if I have to. That's how I used to do when I was little. Like I couldn't find my gloves one time, and my mom made me put my socks on my hand. She's like, it's better than nothing. I'm walking around like this. I'm like, oh Lord. Let's see. But we are gonna get back to, let's see, here's the weather. And let's check this out. Man, my hands are cold.
All right. I wanted to show Newark Airport. At the top of the hour, they actually reported sleet, and now they've gone back to some snowfall. By the way, you have probably seen occasionally a radar that we've had in the lower part of our screen, and I just wanted to explain that at times we're showing snowfall rates if it's in red and gray, and then other times we're showing the actual snow, ice, and rain with it. So it's a couple different tools we have in our sort of weather armada. So it's something that we wanted to pass along to you. So again, you barely see across the New Jersey Turnpike, and again, no traffic at all. Wind at 13, gusting to about 22 miles an hour. So I showed this graphic earlier in the afternoon, just as you try to dig out of this. In intervals,
indoors.
And initially
I feel bad for the cats that are outside
and take advantage of that pixie dust dry snow early on. Well, now we've added in some sleet, even in places in our northern suburbs. It's starting to find flakes, and there's a little sleet component to it.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure was closed.
Not as easy to remove. So hopefully you've just been doing it in intervals and making sure you're covered up and putting down that salt when you can, especially on the steps.
That's all we had.
Around the home.
It's so true. Oh my God, I remember.
So in terms of tonight, snow and sleet is going to taper. So we're just closing in on 5 o'clock. I think we have 4 hours, maybe a little more.
She comes and puts it in my hands.
Okay, go. It's going to really drop off. It's going to be a light mix, and then ultimately go
like
back
the weirdo like this.
So tomorrow, and this is for the foreseeable future,
like, Mr. Sacco,
there will be some snow showers around, and even in the morning hours tomorrow morning, there could be a little additional light accumulation north and east of New York City. And then the sub-freezing stretch that at the very least will last another 8 days, taking us into about the 3rd of February, but I think it could actually
we got so much more to go. We got so much
more. So here is our coastal low taking shape, and I think that's the reason why we've seen most recent enhancement in some of our precipitation intensity, allowing us to go back to snow for a little while. So our primary lows weakening, our coastal lows taking over, and that will ultimately take all the precipitation with it. But for now, this is a little bit of radar to see intensity.
Hammered with more snow.
But see how the intensity along I-80, Sussex County, near like say a Vernon, and into maybe Rockaway, New Jersey, and into Bergen County. And that's just north of New York City right now. Lighter intensity here, probably a little bit more sleet.
Yeah, it's coming to Connecticut.
The island is probably snow and sleet.
We're going to get our ass
some heavy
kicked.
Snow from, let's say, Bedford and Armonk over to Nyack.
How is that behind
let's say,
a tornado?
Danbury, Ridgefield area. As we go through the
tornado.
So let's get an idea.
Yeah, we could get tornadoes.
We have stacked
it's a
up
tornado,
and
but
talk
it's
about
like
the overall snowfall rates. So we're going to give a little bit of a drum roll because there's a new Central Park total that is out, and the hint is, now you can see it, that is a normal January snowfall.
Yeah, exactly. It just happens the 8.8 inches we get in Central Park is your average for the month of January. Now this puts us in our biggest snowfall in nearly 5 years. So we surpassed that last 6-inch plus snowfall on January 28th, 29th, 2022. We're not going to get up to the big storm that we get back in 2021. But yeah, the biggest storm in almost 5 years in Central Park. In this time period, Lee, between 4:30 and 4:45, we kind of wait with bated breath because a lot of our major climate sites come in with their reports. We get some monster reports. If you see an R next to the number here, it means it is a daily record, a record for the date that has been broken. Bridgeport,
13 feet. That's
now
like
checking
fucking
in with 13
Russia.
inches of snow. Islip on the island, 11.2. That's a record for the date. Newark, 9.8. LaGuardia, 9 inches. JFK, 8.3. Again, Central Park, the lone one on there without the record for the date, that record was 10 inches set on this date back in 1905. So we do have a shot at it.
Yeah, you have a shot at it.
Hours,
you got a shot at it for sure.
We get another inch or two, and we're talking about surpassing.
You get it. You get the record.
Snowfall amounts here in New York City, a place like Newburgh up into the Hudson Valley. You're going strong, right?
Because everybody's breaking records.
And the thing about Newburgh is, look at that long tail in this graph here, right into early tomorrow morning. So you could be snowing and accumulating a little bit right into early tomorrow morning, especially well north and east of New York City. But there you have it, Lee. I know I'm gonna announce it right now. You were going 10.4.
10.4.
You know what?
I'm more like 11 for New York City.
So. At least it's my birthday, so it's kind of like an obvious way to go, but I thought we'd be sort of in that range, on the cusp of some double-digit totals. So we will see. But thanks. And I was the first time that I was seeing 13
degrees right now.
To see those climate sites. Really incredible. So we are verifying with our snowfall totals and the intensity with the storm. There's a channel of sleet here that continues, and it's along in South I-78. And see how the city will continue to be in kind of a bit of a battle zone here, even through 7 o'clock. But we'll have sleet accumulation on parts of Long Island, along I-78.
We're not getting that
down
sleet.
The shore. We'll probably have some freezing rain mixed in there, maybe even a little plain rain immediate coast. But unfortunately, there can be some icing on top of all the snow.
I got to clean out the car in a little bit
to the north, with temperatures like 9 in Monticello. And
what I do is I take the
so there's the time period Jeff was alluding to, and I was talking about earlier.
I take the broom and I broom the car,
and we start to get drier air coming in here.
I actually have the broom in the car.
Doesn't mean that it's not snowing or sleeting or spitting, but it will drop off. I don't want it to. And then overnight, when he showed you Newburgh and how it just sort of continued, look at the overnight, another little parting shot or two of some light patchy snow that moves through and can drop light additional accumulations. But even at 7 a.m., you can see there's a little patch here over parts of Monmouth. So it's not just all north. So flaking a little bit. Look at that little flare up even tomorrow morning.
And then I got to take some pictures too.
And then finally, clouds might break for a little sun later tomorrow. It's not going to do us any good. So additional snowfall based on this high-res model. Looking forward here through daybreak tomorrow. Couple inches in the city, maybe 3 to 7 inches off to the north and west. I mean, might even be some pockets of some higher totals. So incredible storm. Icing right here could actually happen in parts of I-95 here, New York down to Trenton, maybe in parts of Long Island.
That's going to suck.
Also a little glaze as well.
Nice.
So 19 degrees overnight. Any mix will go back to light snow. The wind will back off tomorrow, 28. Lingering light snow early north and east, leftover flurries. And maybe
you got to have the candles on.
Qualify just light snow early anywhere. I mean, majority of it's north and east, but I don't want to rule out a few snow showers even down the shore. It'll be frigid, maybe a few breaks of sun, clear, bitterly cold tomorrow night. And there's your 7-day. And well, we're going to have to clean up from this. At least we don't have storms on the board. I was a little concerned about a close call on Thursday. That's why we have a few flakes. We'll watch it closely, but more likely than not, it's just brutal cold for the next 7 to 11 days. Incredible.
And that's what's going to make the snow harden.
All right, Lee, thank you so much.
Sure.
That's what's going to make the snow harden. When those temperatures, if you don't clean out your vehicles, you don't move the snow out properly in a good, proper time, well, the snow, it solidifies, it gets harder, and especially if it starts melting and then refreezes, oh, what a headache. The plow truck we have our own plow truck here, and I spoke to the maintenance guys. They're like they're gonna wait a little bit more before they start plowing the parking lot, just because it's just snowing pretty heavily here. It's still snowing like 1 inch to 2 inches an hour, and it's gonna be like that for a few more hours. So, ugh, that sucks. But I'm gonna take us outside. I'm gonna go live. I'll just go live from my phone while I'm on this show and go take a little stroll. I'll probably put some socks on my hand. He's like, Rick is actually gonna do it. Yes, I'm gonna put socks in my hands because I don't know where my gloves. I know my gloves are in the car, and I'm not gonna go there right now. I'm just gonna go around, show you guys how it looks outside, and then bring my butt back in here. Bring my butt and get warmed up again. Okay, we got we got some news here. We gotta tap into. This is coming from our governor, our great governor, Terry, the governor that you love, the best governor in the world. Lamont. Okay, let's go right to it. Set it up.
The governor's about to address the state.
Yes, so we want to get you right over to that press conference right now.
4:30 this morning. They got going first thing. The end of a 17-hour shift is this evening. Snow is coming down a little faster than we had originally anticipated, about 2 to 3 inches an hour. So it's a little worse than we had anticipated. Tougher to keep up when it's 2 to 3
going to be 2
inches
feet
an hour.
It was coming down
The
hard.
guys have been going nonstop.
I got snow inside my place.
50 plows out there, plus some other contractors. Stay off the road. Stay off the road. Some of you are still sneaking on there. Probably a bad thing to do. There's some spin outs and some accidents. Rennell Higgins is here. He can tell you about the impact there. And but it slows down the snow plowing, makes it a lot tougher for us to get the job done. Right now, it looks like electricity is holding pretty good. There is going to be some sleet, and sleet will lead to ice. But the team, Brendan, assures me that right now, the utilities, they have couple hundred contractors on call ready to go, but you can give an update where we have some isolated pockets of outages, but I think we're in relatively good shape there. The snow is going to keep going pretty heavy, I'm told, until midnight or so, but it'll still be snowing even into tomorrow. So we just made the call. Our state office buildings will be closed tomorrow. Your schools will be closed tomorrow. Most businesses, I think, will be closed tomorrow, at least first part of the day.
Yeah, all my
and stay off the roads. Let our guys do the job. I think you'll find as the day goes on, the major thoroughfares, 95, 91, Merritt will be the first ones cleared. But the side roads, often done municipally, will take a little bit longer. So err on the side of caution. I think at this point, maybe Garrett, I could throw it over to you if there's any updates I missed.
Who doesn't like potato cakes?
Thank you, Governor. So Connecticut DOT continues to be out there. Our crews did come in this morning. They got the call around 4:30, as Governor, you mentioned. They will stay on duty until the storm is completed and the roads are completely cleared and all cleanup completed. Some of them will begin to cycle through some rest breaks coming up in the next several hours. We don't pull all trucks off at once, so we cycle through the rest breaks to make sure there is coverage out there to avoid the storm getting too far ahead of us. There are no current closures statewide right now. The roads are open, but we continue to see people get stuck in drifts on the roadway. State police and Connecticut DOT crews continue to try and help shovel people out to get their vehicles moving again. It's a very dangerous situation. So we'd encourage everyone to stay off the roads. It's continuing to be heavy snowfall, and it's coming down at a rate that is faster than plows can keep up with. So snow will begin to continue to accumulate on the highways. And with that, Governor, I can pass it over to Commissioner Higgins if he has anything to add.
So, like, as a kid,
sure. Thanks, Commissioner. Thank you, Governor.
And then they come and tackle you.
Police has been out all night and all day responding to a number, and I mean a number.
It's like, that's why you're so fucked up, Rick. I know.
Calls for service. Colonel Lockman,
But I was
who
one
is
of those
on with us
like
today, is going to
crazy
be able to
children
provide
that like love to get
some
hit.
specifics in terms of the number of accidents the state police has responded to,
football in high school,
and provide some insight into state police staffing.
That was really good.
Colonel?
Good afternoon, Governor. Yes, the state police, we've been responding to calls throughout the night and morning and afternoon. We've responded to a total of 51 non-injury.
Let's get a check on the roads right now. There are some people out there, obviously a couple of cars here and there right now as we take a look across the state.
Folks, can we
you are
have
urged
members of the media
to stay home right
ourselves?
What's going on here?
A few years. Thanks.
What the hell was that?
I'll start that over, Governor. I'm not sure what you heard.
Yeah,
so
what was
that? We've had 51 non-injury crashes. These numbers were good up to an hour or so ago. 2 injury crashes, 2 traffic accidents with injury, and we've responded to 135 other traffic-related calls for service.
It's been a
we
long
did have
time.
one
Well, this snow right now is not good
incident on the
for
highway on I-95. We did have the bus crash that I believe you were
it's not even good for
on
snow
the last call, but that has since
good to,
resolved
like,
itself.
throw
There were
yourself in it.
approximately 5
Yeah. Because it's like a
people
cushion.
transported to the hospital.
That's why I used to love playing football
for
in the snow.
that bus incident. There was a fire on the bus. We've since resolved that crash. That's the biggest significant incident that we've had. And staffing with the state police, we're staffing
around
the clock. We're
right
calling patrols in as needed. We did have shift change. We do keep the troopers over during that time frame, so we have extra troopers there. Response times are a bit delayed due to our ability to navigate the roads and the inclement weather conditions right now.
Thanks, Colonel. Brenda?
Good afternoon, everybody. Our virtual State Emergency Operations Center has been operating since 10 a.m. this morning. Our state agency partners are coordinating response activities together at the state level. Our DEMIS, Emergency Management and Homeland Security regional coordinators, are coordinating and communicating constantly and regularly with all of the municipalities. We have had no requests for assistance or unmet needs at this time. With regard to that, we also are also with the EOC are the utilities and Red Cross and United Way 211. So we're tracking all of their work as well. With regard to that bus crash, I just want to give a shout out both to the state police, to DOT, and to the Darien Fire and Public Works folks who really all pulled together to make sure everyone was safe that was on that bus. With regard to the energy, as the governor mentioned, outages are fairly small. Eversource at our last call said that they had 528 customers without power, focused mostly in Mansfield and a little bit in Thompson. They're on it, they're working on it. And then there was one outage at the United Illuminating level. We will continue to work together through the virtual State Emergency Operations Center all night long with our partners. Thank you, Governor.
Thanks, Brenda. Any questions?
All right, I'll go one by one and call on members of the media. We'll start with Mike Cerulli from TNH.
Governor, we heard about the reports of injury crashes, non-injury crashes. I'm curious if any information is filtered up to the state level about any non-traffic injuries or even fatality and snow
in Connecticut.
Anybody have an update on that?
We get regular sit reps and we haven't heard anything yet, but I'll turn it over to Director Turner to see if he's heard anything.
Yep. Good afternoon. Thank you, DC, and good afternoon, Governor. So to date, as of right now, we have not had any reports of injuries related to snow shoveling or other snow-related injuries outside of accidents or any fatalities at this point. Oftentimes, we will see an uptick when people begin to start clearing out at the end of the storm, but as of right now, we have not had any reports related to non-traffic injuries or fatalities.
Nobody really
Governor,
going
we've
out
heard
there
a bit about
yet.
overcrowding at some of the state shelters. you have any update from the folks either at 211 or any municipalities about shelter capacity, warming center capacity? Is that becoming a problem as we go into the evening hours?
I haven't been informed on that. Unless anybody else has anything to add, Michael, I can check and make sure somebody gets back to you on that. But it is a cold weather protocol, so we don't have anybody sleeping outside. We're making space for people. We have places in all the
cats
hotels
outside.
taking care of
How
people
about
as
the
best
cats?
we can. If there are any problems, I'll let you know.
And Governor and everyone, I would also tell you that 211 reported earlier today that there were 221 warming centers in 77 distinct towns. So the towns are really coming together to create a system in place, and the Department of Housing works with 211 and others, the Coordinated Access Network, to make sure that there is a place for everyone. And again, folks can go to the website at 211 to look for those shelters, or they can call 211 if they need transportation.
All right. Thanks, Mike. We'll move on to Chris Polanski from Connecticut Public. And just a reminder, if you're a member of the media with a question, please use the raise hand feature.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for taking my question. I just wanted to ask if we know how long the commercial vehicle travel ban will be in effect.
Garrett?
We don't know at this time. It really depends on conditions of the roadway. Our hope is that major interstates and limited access highways will be passable tomorrow morning, but it's all contingent on how the weather is throughout the course of the evening and how much we are able to clear and make it safe for those vehicles to pass. One crash by a commercial vehicle like a tractor trailer can snarl the entire highway for hours. So we want to avoid that as much as possible.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other hands raised, that'll conclude this evening's press conference.
Stay safe, stay home. Thanks, everybody. Well done, interpreter. Really great.
All right. Well, you're listening in.
They really said that to the interpreter.
Leaders on this winter storm.
Oh, come on, Lamont. You're so lame. He's such the lamest governor we ever had. He's like just there like this. He's like, oh, all right, interpreter, you did great. Like, what's going on here? What world are we in? Like, Connecticut, please, can we get a different governor that actually cares? This guy is at home. He looks like he's like really warm and comfortable. And I feel like it was just an inconvenience for him to come on and take any questions. He didn't feel like he was really into it, I felt like his energy was very lame. Let's continue with some more of the weather. Let's kind of bring this back over here. Let's bring it up.
To Fox Weather, your winter storm HQ. Look at that. We get the ocean effect. That machine is churned up and it's dumping snow in Boston. Winter storm warning effect right now. As the storm builds momentum into the city, we could see 1.5 feet. Some spots where we have those enhanced banding, maybe a touch more than that by tomorrow. Live from Boston is Fox Weather meteorologist Melanie Black. Melanie joined us about the new year or so from Boston, and I'm sure folks are saying, hey, Melanie's back, and oh no, Melanie's back when you look at these conditions you're experiencing. What's it like out there?
Well, Ian, I was here for the past 3 years, and we didn't have big snowfall totals, so I think people are pretty excited this one. You can see right here, the snow is really coming down. You were showing earlier that mesoscale discussion, just highlighting how much snow we could start to pick up. We're really in the thick of it right now. We had steady snow that started falling this morning, but just within the past couple of hours, that snow has
We're getting heavy snow here in Connecticut.
Expected. It's going to continue to pick up in intensity as we go through tonight, really running through midnight.
Look at that. We're in the monitor weather. We're in an advisory.
So that's already starting to create more blowing snow and dropping visibility.
Heavy
Just
snow
about an
through
hour
this
ago,
evening.
I was getting picked up from
All
the other
Connecticut.
side of Boston and the conditions on the road, and because we are continuing to see everything deteriorate in terms of the visibility and the snow coming down. Latest snowfall
I like
reports coming
Peabody.
in from the National Weather Service was as of 1
I always go
p.m.
to Salem.
And at
I
that point
I
at
try to go
Boston
every
Logan,
year.
they had measured 1
I
inch of
didn't
snow.
go last year.
Boston Logan is
But
located right
I
near the
love
water, and
going
that's
to
where they do the
Salem.
official measurements. And it's actually
I always
across the
have a
way
great
from where I
time in
am
Salem.
standing right now. But I would assume that we've picked up a
I'll go
considerable
this
more
year.
amount just given the snowfall rates that are coming down and the drop off
Maybe I'll
in
go for Halloween
visibility,
this year.
indicating the heavier snow
I've
working
done
on
it
in. You
two
mentioned that
years.
ocean enhancement, and that is
I
really
went
going to
to
play a role
Salem
here.
for
In
Halloween.
previous years, when we've gotten snows in New England, usually the big time jackpot
But
winners
once I get my
are
knee
in
fixed,
Worcester Hills, where there's a
I'll
little bit more
go
elevation.
for
But now
Halloween
with
to
this storm,
Salem.
because we are expecting ocean enhanced, we're expecting some of those higher
It's just
totals,
my knee
about
is fucked up.
around 18 to 24 inches, and some localized amounts closer to the coast. So Boston could have one of its biggest snowstorms in quite some time. Looking ahead to what's to come, I mentioned that we continue to pick up in intensity in terms of
Yeah, but
snowfall
y'all know
going
how to
forward
take
through
care of this
tonight
shit. This is
into the
like,
early morning hours. Now, as we
it's a
get
good
into
storm.
tomorrow, we are still going to add to that snowpack. So as we go forward, the drier air is going to work on in. A dry slot could be apparent, and that could help to cut down on the intensity and those snowfall rates. But we'll continue to have some snow as we go forward, and really is all going to wind down tomorrow night as this area of low pressure continues to push out of here. But then after that, we are really keeping the cold air around. As we've been waiting for our live shot, there's been quite a few people around here. I'm in Long Wharf, so there's Christopher Columbus Park that is just behind me, and this is an area where people have brought their dogs. Right now, there's no one behind me, but there was a couple people earlier that were trying to build a snowball. There's
They
this
try
going
to
to be
build a
out front that
snowball?
sets up.
What?
So the snow closer to the
What do
coast
you
might
mean
be
they
a
try
little
to
bit
build a
wetter,
snowball? You
while
mean try to build
inland
a
it's going to
snowman?
be a drier, fluffier snow. But no doubt we
He's
are going to
thinking too
have some
fast.
impressive snow totals when all is said and done. And Ian, I think why there's not
Who's
a lot
gonna
of people out
be
here right
building
now,
a
I think they might
snowball?
all be a little busy. Are they watching that Pats game, you think?
Is there a game on? I did.
There might be. It might be an important one.
Yeah.
Are you stressed out back at the studio?
I'm not as stressed as I was when it was 7-0 bad guys, but yeah, I've got the information.
We want the good guys.
No,
You
I
can tell
looked
this
at
was
the
earlier.
wind at Logan. I'm waiting for the new hourly to come in because we look at the snow is going sideways by you. Logan was reporting north wind 12 miles per hour. That
Wow,
must
look
have
at that snow hawk just going from right to
The
left.
gusts have definitely picked up. I would say within just coming out here to this live shot, this is something that has changed within the past half hour or so. So pretty shortly, this is something that has changed.
Yeah, we'll look for that. They are reporting heavy snow, which what is it? Matthew's saying 34 miles per hour. So yeah, you detected that correctly.
You're witnessing it sideways here. Yeah,
that's trending up.
I'm getting hit.
Yeah, so we'll be checking back with you. Wild look out there. Fox weather meteorologist Melanie Black. Thank you.
Melody Black. She did a great job. I mean, it is coming down. It's snowing pretty hard. It's like it's very hard times we're going through for the moment. It's only for a moment. It's a moment in time. But this is what we go through here in the Northeast. I'm so adapted to it. I'm like 2 feet. We just deal with it. I ain't gonna bitch on. I mean, it is a lot. It's a good amount of snow, but it's not like it was in, I would say, 2012, where we had back to back motherfucking snowstorms. It was like a nor'easter and then a clipper and a nor'easter, and it buried my car. It buried my car in snow. Like, I have pictures. I have it in my on one of my computers. I have the pictures, and it's like my car it's gone. I was like, where? And I had a red car. It was gone. It was all white. And that year was really, really horrible. I mean, this snowstorm is nice and it's impressive, but I've been through worse. I mean, you could let me know in the chat. Have you, we've been through worse, especially us in Connecticut. Like, I'm like, okay, because I'm trying to like make it make sense, right? Because they're like the media, they love to overhype, and they'll make something small into something big, and they'll blow it out of proportion. They're like, oh my god, we're dying! Ah, everybody, run! Like, I just don't get it. I don't. But let's go ahead and continue on because we still got some more of the weather because that's the dominating part of this show. It's the reason why I came on here. Let's go ahead and listen in. CBS.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us here on CBS News 24/7. I'm Lindsay Reiser, and this massive winter storm still slamming the U.S. More than 200 million people across 35 states are under storm threats. In Louisiana, officials say at least
I'm one of them. You're one of them. Kayla and Terry,
struggling to keep up with the need as
Albie.
unhoused people seek shelter from the bitter cold. Here's what the CEO of Oklahoma City's Homeless Alliance told CBS News correspondent Jason Allen.
What? There's a homeless alliance?
We are packed beyond capacity. It's a 300-bed shelter, and we are well over that number and have been for the last several days. We have
They open another place.
in every bed, on mats, just wherever we can fit people inside to keep them warm. We've been, again, prepping our staff for the last really over a week since we knew this was coming, making sure that we had enough people who are able to come in, enough people who are able to get a ride into work. We even have some staff staying overnight in our facilities to make sure that they're here. So we have enough people to prepare meals, staff our facilities, things like that.
Enjoy
And
your
you
meal.
are seeing video right now from
Ava.
parts of Long Island, New York, where a lot of snow fell. The streets barely visible. People plowing, trying to get rid of that all day. A winter storm warning is in effect in Long Island and across parts of the tri-state area until tomorrow afternoon. People in Fort Worth, Texas are trying to make the best of the storm. Some folks have turned the slippery streets into an opportunity to ski. Of course, snowfall
That's so
there,
cool.
not a typical occurrence. And you can see on our live radar how widespread this storm is. CBS News Chicago meteorologist David Yeomans has the forecast.
I don't know.
I'm CBS meteorologist
better be
David Yeomans.
helping
We are tracking
clear
a
out the
crippling
snow.
and significant winter storm
Earn your
up
keep.
and down the U.S. East Coast
That's
with
why
severe
I-
thunderstorms and a
Earn
continued
your keep.
tornado risk from the panhandle of Florida into southern
If
Georgia
you're
and
illegal
ice
and you
and
bust
snow
your
from
ass and you
D.C. to
work
New
your
York
ass
and
and you
Boston. While
provide,
snow will taper off by morning in places like New York City. Look at that fire
I
hose
don't really have
continuing
a
in
problem.
Boston. Northeast winds on the
It's the lazy
backside of that exiting
motherfuckers
storm
that I have a
will keep
problem
blowing
with.
over the warm ocean
Motherfuckers
waters
that
and
just
pumping snow
leech on
into
to
places
the
like
fucking
Massachusetts
system.
through Monday
Bleed it
afternoon.
dry.
Some of the hardest hit cities do include New York City and Boston. Winter storm warnings are in effect for both areas. In New York City through Monday, we expect 8 to 12
Chili
inches of
Mac.
snow, transitioning to some sleet
Damn.
and even freezing
They're
rain and
eating
ice as the system winds down. Through Monday evening, 1 to 2 feet of snow possible
Shit,
in
that shit
Boston,
sounds
higher
good.
amounts inland and including in upstate New York. On the southern end of this
I love
historic
chili and
winter
I love
storm,
mac.
the Arctic
So
air is
you
a
put
little
them
shallower,
together.
so we might see something falling as rain, freezing
You're,
on
you're, you're,
contact.
you're
That's freezing
speaking.
rain and
You're speaking
ice,
my
and that's a big
language.
concern with Washington, D.C., Norfolk, and Raleigh in the accumulation areas. We have winter storm warnings in effect for much of Virginia up to D.C. for that
Ohio,
wintry mix
look,
of
we
precipitation.
ain't,
But some
we're
of the
going
most
through
significant
everybody here.
impacts we see in these scenarios, it's where we have ice storm warnings.
Georgia,
That's the
you're
case from
fucked. South
Georgia into
Carolina,
the southern
southern North
Appalachian
Carolina's
Mountains, up
fucked.
to a half inch of ice through tomorrow morning.
Half
That'll
inch
cause
of
power
ice.
outages and major
Oh
disruption to
Lord,
roadways. Through 7 p.m. this evening,
an inch
another
of
ice storm warning
ice.
continues in parts of Tennessee down into northern Mississippi,
That
up to
is
1 inch of
bad.
ice. And this can cause prolonged power outages
Oh,
that could leave you cold in your house.
trees
We
are
still have
gonna
winter weather
fall,
advisories as far south as Texas. And
and
look at
all
the
that's
scale
gonna
of
get
this system into the
cold
northeast.
tonight.
Highest snow amounts
That's why you
east
got
of
to
the
clean
Rocky
off your
Mountains have
car.
included 15 inches in Pennsylvania and over 16 inches in Davis, West Virginia. Back to you.
David, thank you. Nearly 1 million homes are in the dark from the winter weather. This is according to PowerOutage.us.
Damn, I knew
Many
people
of
were
the
gonna lose
outages are in the
power
south
and all
from
that stuff.
Texas
Look
up
at
to
this.
Kentucky. CBS News national correspondent Dave
Almost a
Malcolm is in
million
Charlotte, North
people.
Carolina, with a look at how things look out there.
Yeah, I know. He did
It's
good.
getting ugly here in downtown Charlotte. Listen to what we're hearing above us. Just take a second to listen to this. Maybe
Crackle.
I'll put my hood up so you can hear it.
It's
You hear
ice.
that tick, tick, tick? That's all sleet. You can see it
That's,
bouncing
sleep,
off
ice.
of my jacket right here. We've got several rounds of sleet here, and then
Oh,
it's mixed with freezing
that is
rain.
not
and
good.
It kind of forms this ice layer that's on the ground. This is a treated area, but these areas over here are not treated. What happens when you have sleet and freezing rain is it sticks to the trees up there. The trees come down, the power lines come down. That's happening here in the city, but it's also happening in a place that you wouldn't want it to happen. It's really coming down right now. In a place that you wouldn't want it to happen, that's in western North Carolina, the same place where you had Hurricane Helene come through. I talked to Duke Energy, and they were telling me that the reason why they have upwards of, at last check, 27,000 customers without power in the area that was hit by Hurricane Helene just under a year and a half ago.
They'll find a way.
Is because it's a high mountainous area. It's hard to get to, and the winds kind of whip around and they get stuck.
All they do is just start a fire.
And that's what causes the power lines to come down. So now those people who are still in recovery mode are without power on a very, very cold weekend, and it's extending into Monday because the kids are out of school in several school districts, including here, all the way down to Atlanta. And so it's a really nasty situation. As we've been talking, just so the past few minutes, you've seen the intensity of this sleet increasing, but also we're going to have some freezing rain come through, so we may be on the verge of the worst of it.
Yeah, I'm going to get
at least this section of North Carolina.
That's why I never wanted to live in the Carolinas.
This storm is bringing plenty of snow to New England today. CBS News correspondent Tom Hansen has more from Boston.
As you can see, the snow is starting to come down here. We're specifically in Hyde Park, which is a suburb of Boston, and we are at an area work center for Eversource, which provides heat, gas, and water.
Fuck Eversource, motherfuckers! You rip off pieces of shit.
Now, as we look ahead to this storm ramping up this afternoon into the evening, they have hundreds of personnel on standby to jump in if there are any issues. Specifically, they are concerned about heating with this storm because, as you can see, the consistency of this snow, it is light, it is fluffy. It is not going to be a huge concern for downing power lines, for freezing onto power lines, but they are more concerned about the sustained cold that will follow
I'm not the only
this
one that
storm
hates these
in the
motherfuckers
days to come. Now, specifically what we're looking at here, we are looking at
I
about
owe
9
10
inches
grand.
total of snow
Fuck
heading
'em.
into the afternoon and
They
the evening. We're
should
going to get
own
another
shit.
3 inches. That's according to the
They should
National
owe
Weather
you
Service
10 grand.
come tomorrow. And then we are going to get a lot
fucking
of
rip-off
cold
that they
weather
are.
here. So as I mentioned, Eversource ready to jump in for any heating
That's some Monopoly
needs.
shit with
Obviously,
these
a lot of
motherfuckers.
people rely on gas to heat their homes, and that's going to be the big concern for this storm. Back to you.
Thank you, Tom. The weather is causing disruptions on the basketball court. The NBA has postponed 2 games scheduled for today. The Nuggets were set to play the Grizzlies in Memphis, and the Mavericks were scheduled to face off against the Bucks in Milwaukee. The NBA says the Mavericks are currently unable to leave Dallas to make it to the game.
Wow, because of the ice. Wow, that's awesome. Disruption, like it's only a fucking basketball game. It's not like they can't reschedule it. Hello. And if they really wanted to play that game, they would have left early before the storm came through. So that's no excuse. You know what I mean? But the media would like to play with your heartstrings and like, oh my God, they canceled the games. It's so serious. Listen, bitch, we've been through worse. I've been through worse, bitch. I'm just saying. Like, I know us Canadians, Connecticutans, we're the Connecticutans. We've been through a lot worse than this. Terry, you can raise your hand. He can testify. He's the witness. And Kayla, too. And Albie, too, because Albie's in Ohio. So, you know, he got his ass kicked with snow over there. Poor guy fucking probably hurt his back fucking clear out snow. I know they put his ass to do it instead of his brother. But they probably worked together to try to get that fucking snow cleared. I mean, it's a bitch, you know? Snow is a bitch. Especially when you're hurting and you got back pains and neck pains. And, like, I got a broken neck. You know what I mean? I got a 2-level fusion on my neck. and my back is jacked up, and my knee is fucked up. Actually, I got approved for my MRI on my knee, so it is serious. They're upgrading it, so I'm going in sometime this week for MRI on my knee, and most likely I'm gonna have surgery, possibly in February. I would like to get it done soon. I don't think I'm gonna be recovered enough for my niece's birthday. That's the only thing that I don't think I'm gonna be recovered. It's gonna be a very if they could get me soon, maybe, because you got February, March, April, and then May, and it's early May. It's not like it's like in the beginning of May. So that's less than 3. That'll be like 3 months. I don't think I'll be ready. I don't even think I'll be able to travel now with that need like that. Maybe I'll still be able to travel because I could get on. They wheel me around on a fucking wheelchair. They'll take me right to the plane on the wheelchair. Trust me, I have it done so many times because of my spine and shit and my neck. And I ain't walking that whole fucking. I ain't waiting and standing around that motherfucking TSA line. Like, my fucking body be hurting too damn much, and I ain't gonna be standing around and walking around this fucking place. So they take me right to the plane, and I get right in the front of the line, and they let me in, and I take my time getting into the plane and get to my seat, and then I'm like, okay, I'm good. You know, the only thing is that when we land, it's like a free for all. Everybody wants to get the fuck out of the plane, so I usually wait until all the motherfuckers get out, and then I can take my time getting out without being fucking rushed. You know what I mean? So unless I'm sitting like close to the front of the plane, then I'll disembark with the masses. But if I'm towards like the middle back, I like towards the middle because I sit more like closer to the wing. Then I'm like, let everybody get out. I don't want to fucking go through all these people, and they're like rushing because they want to get out of the plane. It's like, drives me crazy. Anyhow, let's continue on with some more. Let's see, we got a few more here to watch, and this is probably the last one of the weather. So let's put the volume up and listen.
In America, Hartsfield Jackson in Atlanta. Madison.
Hey, John. Yeah, we are now on day 3 of massive, widespread cancellations and delays due to the winter storm. And today has the most cancellations in a day since the COVID pandemic. That's according to data from an aviation analytics company. And here are those shocking numbers for today. Right now, there are currently more than 11,000 cancellations, more than 3,000 delays. As we know, there are more than 30,000 flight disruptions overall across the country from Friday up until tomorrow, but that number will likely get even bigger. While all these
I have a friend that's actually on vacation.
U.S. airports in some
She
capacity.
left yesterday.
Things are particularly bad at airports in
Going
places
on
like
vacation.
Charlotte, New York, D.C.,
She's gonna be
Dallas,
fucked
here in
coming
Atlanta,
back.
and Philadelphia, some major hubs. We spoke to one man who got to Atlanta Thursday, was supposed to go back to Colorado yesterday, but he was forced to change plans.
They canceled
I'll
and
let you guys know
rebooked
when I
me
have
4
that surgery.
times, and then the latest one was I was supposed to leave at 12:30 yesterday. The latest one was I was going to leave tonight at 6:45 and spend the night in Dallas, go up to Chicago, and then finally get to Colorado Springs tomorrow afternoon. Now I'm leaving at about 2, get to Dallas, and then get into Colorado Springs at 9 o'clock tonight. I've been in the Air Force for 30 years. This is the worst travel experience I've had based on, all the delays and rebookings.
So we actually got an update from that man. He did make it to Dallas, but unfortunately his flight from Dallas to Colorado did get canceled. He will be spending the night in Texas. But one thing he did mention is that hotels are giving some grace to travelers. They're not charging them any
Why did he
sort of
go
fees
from
for cancellations or
there
rebooking because of the mess
to
going on at
Colorado
airports
Springs?
nationwide. And we do know that most airlines are offering travel waivers. So some silver lining, if you want to say that, John. Back to you.
But the airlines don't offer you a hotel room if you get stranded in a city because of weather. I think that's generally the rule, right?
So I actually asked that man about that, if the airline itself was doing any sort of hotel compensation. He said not right now, but he was going to follow up with them after he finally gets home and see if they can do anything. But he said it was the hotels themselves that were giving grace to travelers as far as if they had to cancel or rebook in any capacity.
Everybody's got to bring their patience and their understanding. Madison Scarpino.
Yes.
Thanks, Madison.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
You gotta
Hey, click
understand,
here
like,
to subscribe.
you guys
to Fox
knew
News
this was going to
YouTube.
happen. It's not like they weren't talking about this for a few days. It's not like, oh, surprise, bitch. Look. And you know, no, they told us this from like a week out. I knew this was going to happen like a week ago. And I was like, yep, this is going to be crazy. I knew it was going to be crazy. And at that time, there were, when I saw they were talking about anywhere between 8 to 11 inches back 2 weeks ago. I didn't know this bitch was going to end up being like almost 2 feet. Like, are you kidding me? Like, this storm, like, I'm telling you, they've been spraying so much. They were spraying like 2 days before this storm hit. They were spraying. And it was so disgusting. And other states, too, were complaining about this. But nobody makes a big roar about it. Nobody comes and, like, start protesting about the chemtrails. Everybody start protesting like how they doing in Minnesota. Nobody's doing that. Nobody's protesting, oh, my God, the climate. Let's talk about climate change. Oh, my God, it's so cold. Why is it so cold? Didn't you say it was supposed to be global warming? Oh, everybody. Like, we have to protest about something. We have to fight about something. We always got to do, like, I don't follow that bullshit. You know what I mean? It's like, why? See, these people, they don't, like, the people that are protesting and stuff and all the crazy shit that's going on, that's on dumb. You know, they made the decision to go out there and put themselves in harm's way. Like, you would never catch me in no motherfucking protest. No, hell no. What the fuck for? Oh, because they shot someone and he had a gun and it was legal for him to, he had the right to carry that gun. I don't think that's a smart idea, taking a gun to a federal protest that you're interrupting ICE, which are federal police officers. They're federal officers, and you're gonna bring a gun? Like, are you kidding? Of course they're gonna react a certain way because they don't know what the fuck you have. You could have been armed with a bomb underneath your fucking clothes for all, like, we know. Like, they don't know that. Those officers don't know that. They know they're endangered, you know? And, you know, so happened that he met his fate in a horrible way, you know, because it wasn't like 1 or 2 shots. It was like the way I told you, I would have done with that good girl, whatever. She wasn't good. She was really bad. But what she did, I would have gone pop, 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 pop. Oh shit, I'm done. And that's it. And I'll be like, let's go to the bar. I'm ready for a drink. Who got this round? Who got this round? I ain't paying because I unloaded on her. You know, I did my job. Yeah, my life was in danger. The bitch hit me with a motherfucking car, and she got it in her face. And that's fucking... I would upgrade him in a heartbeat. I would turn him into a Secret Service agent. I mean, like, from ICE, you've been upgraded to Secret Service. Congratulations. I mean, for him to hit her in the face, I think, like, the 3 times that he shot, 2 or 3 times, I don't know, I think it was 3 times, but he hit her right in the face, all 3. Any day, Secret Service. Just, that's a promotion. That's a big promotion. Trust me. It's a big promotion. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and talking about protests, these stupid idiots. Let's go over to the stupid idiots and let's Oh, look, we got a close up. Yeah, just as soon. Thank you, Albie. I had other things going on, but I guess with the clip, I did the little pa 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 pa. I went super up close for that one. I would have unloaded on them. Hey, it's my life versus yours, and trust me, yours is going to be more valuable than mine's. I don't think so. All right, guys, let's set this up and let's watch the stupidity.
Families say 37-year-old Alex Preddy was a kind-hearted soul and an ICU nurse who made life better at the VA.
Today we remember that freedom is not free. We have to work at it, nurture it, protect it, and even sacrifice for it. May we never forget and always remember our brothers and sisters who have served so that we may enjoy the gift of freedom.
A veteran's son shared this video of Preddy reading his father's final salute. He says his father would be honored by Preddy's sacrifice. According to his parents, Alex Preddy was an avid outdoorsman who studied biology at the University of Minnesota.
We're going to get certain parts of the story.
Now, hundreds were in downtown Minneapolis demanding justice for both Minnesotans shot by federal agents.
Our Reg Chapman was there, and he joins us live from the scene of the growing memorial for Alex Preddy. Reg, what's it like there tonight?
Cold.
Well, people I spoke with say they felt like they had to be here basically to be a part of community. They say that they are here to mourn a life and to stand for justice, just like the hundreds of people who gathered at Government Plaza earlier today. They came by the carloads, each carrying signs that express what
They're
was
not
on their
even
hearts.
from Minnesota.
They want justice for Renee Good.
You know, a lot of
Freddie.
those people are not
They
even
also
from
want
Minnesota.
ICE out of their community. Their chants echoed throughout the People's Square,
They're not
Government
even from
Plaza, in
there.
the heart of downtown Minneapolis. For most, to see the numbers, the crowd
That's why they cover
gives
their
them hope.
face.
I feel like a sense of relief. I'm seeing people who all care and keep coming out, especially in this freezing cold weather. And it just gives me a sense of hope that things will move in the right direction.
Mary is one of many educators in the crowd who came to speak up for their students and families who are afraid to.
I have a lot of students who aren't showing up to class because they just don't feel safe or their families don't feel safe. They're missing out on school. They're emailing me
They
just
can go
to
to
say
school in their
hi
country.
and have somebody to connect with.
Why they
and
can't go to
it's
school in
just
their
really
country?
difficult for them.
If we don't,
Like, why they don't go to their country to go to school?
we are delivering food. We're supporting our families. Our work goes beyond the classroom.
The speeches inspired people to stand up for those they say are targeted by ICE.
Shutting
That's
it
what's
down
stupid.
means staying in the streets. It means
Are you
staying in the
kidding me?
streets. It means
That little girl shouldn't be
keeping up
out
the
there
energy,
like
right?
that.
They're turning up their energy. We got to keep our energy up too.
The cold did not
This
dampen
guy's
the
an
fire
idiot.
inside of all who stood in the plaza, especially those who served our country.
Look, this is all prepaid. Look, this is all paid for by
Army
these
veteran
idiots.
Bill Hefner is disturbed by the latest shooting death in Minneapolis.
This is
a
all.
guy who was
This is all
serving
projected, man. This is fake.
who got executed by the government that employs him.
We don't get it, shut it down.
This crowd hopes their efforts will make a difference.
The whole country needs to keep their eyes on
Shut
what is
it
happening
down.
here in Minneapolis and St. Paul and Minnesota, because
You know
what
that
happens
that's only
here
a
can happen
little
to you.
city. You think the United
Now,
States
many
is
of the
going to
people
shut
at
down
today's
because
rally
of
and
a
those that are
little
right
tiny
here at the
city?
memorial say that being a part of the community and showing
guys are
up will
stupid.
show the world what Minnesotans stand for.
Show the
Okay,
world
thank you,
what?
Reg.
That you're fucking idiots? That's what you're going to show the world? You're fucking idiots? Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut what down? What are you guys going to accomplish? Like what's your goal? Like what's the goal? Get ICE help. That's it. Yo, you guys got to go home, like take a warm shower, sit in front of a mirror and think about your fucking life choices. And think about what's best for your life. Because I tell you right now, all these motherfuckers are all brainwashed, and I know they're brainwashed by the dollar bill, y'all. It's always about the Benjamins. It's always been about the Benjamins. And who's funding this? Who's the puppet that's controlling what's going on in Minnesota? I feel like a lot of manipulation. Look at that. And it's doing it by itself. It's zooming in by itself. I didn't put it to look at that. It's zooming out. listen, the spirits are talking also. They're like, listen to this motherfucker. He knows what he's talking about. I know, but other people don't listen. That's okay. Ooh, it's cold. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, we got some more. Liberal hive mind. Yes, I need some liberal hive mind in my life on a Sunday. Yes, let's watch.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's the meme of the day brought to you by 5mind.com. Okay, so here's a bombshell that it appears the mainstream media is not interested in covering at all. And actually, this is very similar to what we saw with Renee Good when her father-in-law came in and basically refused to jump on the narrative that she was a victim of a nice murder. We got an article here from the Post-Millennial. They're reporting that the parents of the rioter Alex Jeffrey Preddy, the individual who was shot by CBP in Minnesota, have now revealed to the media that they warned their son not to engage with the feds. The left is presenting this story as unbelievable. How could this happen? But it appears even his own parents could see it from a mile away. The risks involved here, what could potentially happen if you engage in violent obstructionist behavior. They warned him not to do it, and then he did it. And even worse, he did it while he was armed with a deadly weapon. Let me show you guys the latest report. And then, of course, let's continue to dismantle all these left-wing nonsense narratives. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so I got a little snippet from the article here. Quote, he cared about people deeply, and he was very upset with what was happening in Minneapolis and throughout the United States with ICE, as millions of other people are upset. Michael Preddy, Alex's father, said he felt that doing the protesting was a way to express that, his care for others. In recent conversations with the 37-year-old son, Preddy's parents had told him not to engage with federal officers. We had this discussion with him 2 weeks ago or so, that go ahead and protest, but do not engage, do not do anything stupid, basically, Michael Preddy added per CBS News. And he said that he knows that, he knew that. They literally warned him not to do the exact thing that he did. Because like most people who are rational human beings, you understand the risk. When you're poking the bear, especially doing so, again, with a deadly weapon, well, you could earn a very stupid prize. You could pay the ultimate price. And so what happened here is obviously this guy ignored some very sober advice, the proper advice from his parents who, of course, loved him and didn't want to see him harmed. And he put himself on the front line in a deadly situation and paid the price. But of course, we're headed towards an election year. And so that simply cannot be the conclusion drawn here. No, instead, Minneapolis has to burn down once more, another autonomous zone. Here we go with all the leftoids, all the Democrat politicians now adding more fuel to the fire. This guy didn't engage in multiple felonies while armed, while carrying a concealed weapon without any identification or his required legal permit, while violently resisting arrest, physically assaulting ICE, physically assaulting CBP agents, and no warning that he was carrying a deadly weapon either. No, the left wants to blame tyranny. There's a whole lot of things to blame here, and most of them, I would argue, land on this Alex Preddy character, but according to the left, it's fascism, of course, the tyranny narrative, and you're seeing it everywhere. AOC's out here saying, we have a responsibility to protect Americans from tyranny. It's actually incredible how little ethics these people have, how absolutely disgusting this is. And of course, this rhetoric serves nothing but emboldening the disgusting people that we're seeing on the streets and engaging in violent rhetoric online.
It's time to suit up, boots on the ground, show up, ready to go. Okay, not talking about peaceful protests anymore. We're not talking about having polite conversations anymore. This is exactly what I said was going to happen. This is exactly what I said was going to come when we didn't go and march on Whipple with guns. Sorry, but welcome to America 2026, where Second Amendment is the only thing that's going to keep you protected from literal Nazi gunmen that are killing innocent people in the street with impunity. Get your guns and stop these people.
Y'all remember when we used to hang deer in the yard? Hey, ICE, I got thoughts about what we should do with you.
You can just kill ICE agents. You know that? You can just kill them. You don't have to hold your phone in their face and ask people when their birthday is and ask people what their name is and then try to find wherever they end up in Los Angeles. You can kill them.
I mean, we understand this environment. We understand what's going on. The issue is left-wing radicalism and Democrats emboldening these people and mobilizing these people on the streets. But according to them, it's tyranny. It's ICE's fault. I keep seeing that people are saying that ICE is escalating things. Even Dave Smith said that on X yesterday. But really? It's the ICE agents that are escalating? That's completely insane and backwards. There's no issue of tyranny here. ICE is not the problem. CBP is not the problem. Donald Trump, Kristi Noem, Stephen Miller, name any cabinet official, they're not the problem. It's clear that Minnesota under Democrat leadership is the problem. And here's the perfect post to put that into perspective. 23% of all ICE arrests occur in Texas. This is a fact, by the way. We covered the government statistics the other day that line up with this opening statement. 2.2% occur in Minnesota, a tenfold difference. Yet far more ICE-related violence is happening in Minnesota. Why? Well, because Democrats are promoting and provoking violence in the state. Democrats do not hate violence. Violence is their goal. You know, if you just detach from the partisan nonsense, if you omit all the emotional crap and just purely think about that statement, it's impossible to argue against. I mean, those are the facts. What we are seeing here is not tyranny in action. It's the Antifa playbook in action. U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley puts it into clear perspective. Antifa tactics are on full display today. What you are seeing is straight from their playbook to undermine government. Number 1, agitate law enforcement, get in their face, spit on them, assault them. Number 2, trigger a response and use of force by law enforcement. Number 3, film the use of force and publicize it out of context. Number 4, use the mainstream media and social media to inflame the public with a false narrative. And number 5, trigger a riot to overthrow government. They tried this last summer in Los Angeles and it did not work. We aggressively arrested and charged violators on the spot and called in the National Guard. We restored law and order in California. The Justice Department will do the same in Minnesota. I agree 100%, especially on that last part that the Justice Department needs to act. You know, I was calling for Donald Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act last week. Frankly, I think had he invoked it, this wouldn't have happened. But now I think is the time. I mean, it's high time to invoke the Insurrection Act. People are saying, oh, no, don't do it because Democrats are going to weaponize it. Well, they're weaponizing this already. I mean, what more can they weaponize? And they're winning the narrative battle right now. This chaos feeds into their propaganda machine. You got to put an end to it. Basic civility and order has to be restored. What is happening in Minnesota is unjustifiable. It's mob rule, mob violence, domestic terrorism on the streets. And the more you let them do it, the more you allow this to continue, the more you put these federal officers in harm's way, and the more fuel you give to the left to build on these narratives. It is completely out of control. These people are engaging in street-level violence. They're inciting violence online with constant calls to kill ICE agents. They've got databases set up to track ICE, and they're stalking them and harassing them and impeding them everywhere they go, which actually, interestingly enough, we're just learning that one of the individuals leading one of these groups is actually a Tim Walz campaign strategist. Minnesota Signal Group leader identified as Amanda Kohler, a protest organizer and campaign strategist for Tim Walz. I mean, what the hell is going on? These people are complete lunatics. And again, it goes to the very tip top. And now they're trying to gaslight you as if they're the side of reason. No, my friends, they're the side of treason. They're causing abject chaos and destruction. They're using these useful idiots that they're mobilizing on the streets as cannon fodder, and then taking the tragedy that they enabled to gaslight the public and pretend as if, you know, they're taking the high road and they're on the right ethical side. Tim Walz is now talking about sending in the National Guard. Donald Trump wants chaos and we must not respond. We can't give them what they want. The implication is that ICE is causing the chaos on the street and they're just taking the higher road. It's freaking insane. They're the ones engaging in the chaos. ICE is dealing with their BS, with their street level terrorism as they attempt to do their job to apprehend illegal criminals off the streets. They're the ones radicalizing people by constantly lying about 5-year-old being arrested by ICE, American citizens being disappeared, Renee Good senselessly murdered for no apparent reason, as if she didn't drive a 4,000-pound vehicle directly at an ICE agent. They're not the voice of reason. They're the voice of chaos. And yet they gaslight us. Tim Walz talking about, oh, it's time to quell the riots. I'm sending in the National Guard. But just like last time, he's got them posted up doing nothing. They're not even at the action zone.
No way. They're not even there.
Meanwhile, there's riots happening, another Antifa autonomous zone, and yet Tim Walz is doing nothing. No police presence, no National Guard. The National Guard should have been deployed weeks ago, protecting these ICE agents so they don't have people like Alex Preddy physically assaulting them in the streets. I mean, we have another friggin' story of an ICE agent who had his finger bit off by a radical leftist psycho. I can't show you guys the photo, obviously, because it's gruesome, but I guess I could show you a highly blurred photo. Not like I need to show it anyways. I'm sure you guys have seen it, or if you haven't, just simply Google search it. It's real. And yet again, these people are gaslighting you as if Trump's the problem. Amy Klobuchar's taking to the podium to address the media with this smoke and mirrors nonsense. Donald Trump is not making us safer, as evidenced by the shooting of Alex Preddy.
We call on our Republican colleagues to stand with us. I know they know what's going on here because it's happening in their own districts. We have, of course, these shootings, but it is a lot more than that. They know that something's wrong when a Hmong elder is pulled out of a house in his underwear and slippers, and they figure out about an hour later they got the wrong guy, and in fact the guy they were looking for is actually in jail. Or a 2-year-old, a case my office worked on, in addition to hundreds more, who's taken with her dad and then put on a plane to Texas when her mom is desperately trying to get her. We got her back, but none of this should be happening. None of it. So we call on our Republican colleagues to join us, because we have warned this administration. I have personally warned them that there would be more deaths, that more of this
Yeah, there
would
can
happen.
be more deaths if you
And
bring
clearly
guns.
they're not listening. So we
Protest.
ask people around the country to talk to
I'm sorry.
their Republican
You're not gonna win that
representatives to
narrative
make
with me.
clear that this is not the America that is ours. This has got to stop.
One person dies because they gaslit him into
And now they
taking
wanna
to the
protect the
streets and
Second
doing
Amendment?
something that his
Now
parents
they're
warned
for the Second
against,
Amendment?
something clearly, patently stupid. And that's evidence that Donald Trump is the problem and he's making Minnesota and America less safe. It's insane. And there's no talk about all the various criminals that they've taken off the streets, tens of thousands of them, hundreds of thousands of them. No talk about the countless lives that are being saved as fentanyl overdoses continue to drop, or the homicide reduction across big cities this year, I think down by 30%, which of course is thanks to the National Guard deployments striking fear in the hearts of criminals across the nation. And of course, the crackdown on illegal criminals and crime syndicates and cartels. Donald Trump is not making America less safe. He's saving countless lives. And you people are getting in his way violently. It's insane. It's the most backwards shit I've ever seen. It's a freaking psyop. And so many people have fallen for it. And now they believe they have the moral authority to threaten to shut down the government. It's absolutely insane. If you are getting cold feet right now, if you're falling for this emotional crap, you are playing directly into their little political games. It's about policy and legislation. It's about keeping the border open. It's about winning the 2026 elections. They're doing it on purpose. They're relying on hoaxes and tragic events that they enable so they can then turn around and incite more mass anti-government uprisings and then weaponize that and claim that it's all Donald Trump's fault. I mean, we've been through this before. We saw it during 2020. And even recently, I've actually gone back and watched some of my older videos and some other videos from other creators during the BLM riots, and it's crazy. It's uncanny how what we were saying then matches up perfectly with what's happening right now. I'm just sitting here asking myself, how did people not learn the lesson the first time? How are people falling for this? They're poking the bear, triggering a response, and then gaslighting the public into essentially doing their political bidding. Wake up. This is not tyranny. This is weaponization of tragedy from the Democrat freaking establishment.
I'm waiting for them
Purposeful
to say white
incitement,
lives
now
matter.
creating martyrs, false martyrs, to fuel uprisings, to blackmail the public into supporting them, to blackmail the feds into stopping deportation and further enabling their
White
lawlessness.
lives matter.
It's clear as
White
day.
lives
All you got to
matter.
do is not be so emotional and simply analyze the
Like-
facts, and it should be almost impossible to deny.
people are gonna be
Anyways,
like,
that's
"What?"
what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
True or not true, right? I don't hear them out there saying white lives matter. White lives matter. Like, but that go against our guideline. Yeah, they fucking white. We can't have an uprising if they're white. The white people are stupid. They're not gonna uprise. Like, we're against the whites. Remember, Black Lives Matter. We're against the whites. And now these white people are getting killed, and now we have to say white lives matter now? Like, they're flip-flopping like a pancake. They're flip-flopping like a pancake, like a fish out of water. Democratic Party lost their image a long time ago, and they're trying to find their way back into the Twilight Zone. I don't know. But let's keep it moving. Ooh. Let's watch some Rob hates this guy. I know. Benny Johnson.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. Minneapolis is in a state of absolute and total insurrection against the federal government, and the rot runs deep. Just a reminder that Tim Walz is from Detroit. He's not from Minneapolis. Neither is the mayor of Minneapolis from Minneapolis. That dude's from like New York. The Democrats brought in an entire slate of people that aren't from Minnesota. The police chief isn't from Minnesota either, and he's married to a communist too. Everybody who's running Minneapolis has been installed, set up in order to engage in a massive fraud against the American people. And it all makes sense now because if you go ahead and read Cloward Piven, these are two professors from back in the 1960s and 70s, as to how to bring about, you need to import people who will take advantage of that welfare state, who will collapse it under the burden of their own fiduciary obligations. And so you need to bring in Somali scammers who each one of them will cost and charge the American public millions and millions of dollars, bills we can't pay. The debtor of those bills is Communist China. Tim Walz is tied to Communist China. That's how you collapse a capitalist system, right? You destroy the welfare state from the inside with too many people on the welfare rolls, and the entire system then atrophies from there. The dollar becomes worthless. And they're doing that in Minneapolis. You know, they brought in a population of people that were so criminal, that were so, I mean, again, nobody's ever explained why 100,000 Somalis were dumped into Minneapolis. Tim Walz and his network is a protection mechanism for the fraud. The fraud is the goal. The fraud is the goal of the Marxists in order to bring about Marxism in America. And so that is why everything seems so heavily organized in Minneapolis. You can see here in the signal chats, these are not people that are messing around, and they are using official state authorities in order to track ICE. They're getting license plates read. They're able to track IDs. They're able to perform their own security services. These are not the police officers. This is something wholly and totally different. Again, Tim Walz is a committed Maoist. He's a committed Marxist. He is not in any sense like somebody who believes in American democracy, freedom, or constitutional rights. Tim Walz is somebody who is a trained Marxist, and he's gone to China a lot of times. You have to ask yourself, like, wait a second. At what point do you just consider him a foreign state actor on our nation? And then you can see the way that he's behaving here. They're attacking independent journalists, doing exactly the same kind of stuff that you would see in communist China. And James O'Keefe was tracked and followed yesterday, nearly killed, got a number of death threats where they were able to say what kind of a car that he was driving in, where it was from, name the license plate and the registration. James O'Keefe talking about how they were viciously attacked and how they were effectively trying to murder him yesterday, attacking his security, patting them down like they were the authorities, these communists, because they do believe that they are running Minneapolis, and that there is no more law enforcement and no more rights in Minneapolis. And so now you're seeing a new chat as and chop on zone. Police force could have any presence or any power. No federal force could have any presence or power. And you can see here they're building one right now. No ICE zone. Protesters have declared Minneapolis autonomous zone. Site of today's shooting, the zone has 2 layers of makeshift walls in both directions. It appears to be protected by the Minneapolis Police Department and Tim Walz's National Guard. The no-go zone in Minneapolis is getting fully stocked pop-up leftist supply depot. Free hand warmers, winter gear, coffee, food, milk, you name it.
Who's paying for all this?
Professional grade logistics. Somebody is bankrolling the autonomous zone. The insurrectionists are staging a conflict. They're taking over an entire block. They're going to call this a new communist Chaz. It's amazing. Palestinian and Mexican flags are now flying in the autonomous zone in Minneapolis.
And you can see these young people in the shiny vests. They've actually stopped traffic. They're pretty well organized. They've got walkie-talkies, and they replace each other. But
why is Palestinian flags?
So you can see this is expanding now from just one block where the shooting took place. Now it's moving out into other blocks. We were going to pull out of our car, and they said, "Oh no, you can't go." So you have people in shiny vests really directing traffic.
Yo, I would run them all over. If I had an emergency and I had to get to the hospital, I'm sorry, all these motherfuckers were getting run over.
You can. So we can see who's in control, not just of one street where the shooting took place, but now multiple streets, as several thousand people have joined this protest from a vigil.
Yo, all these people need to be arrested. And what the
Minnesota National Guard is now defending the insurgents' autonomous zone, keeping ICE out, in addition to independent journalists. Look at this. The Minnesota National Guard is using American-made, American-purchased with federal tax dollars heavy movers, munitions, implements in order to enforce communism on Minneapolis. You have all that you
kidding
need
me?
for the Insurrection Act. It's time to remind people of Chop Chaz in Seattle in 2020. Several blocks barricaded by protesters. No signs of slowing down.
Should be reprimanded.
Minneapolis anti-ICE protesters opposing deportations. They have built
What the fuck is they doing here?
The irony is dripping. The creation of an autonomous zone notably deepens
You know how little they
embedded
are in
American
the United
anarchist and
States?
Antifa ideology. This is not a spontaneous thing. This is being funded. Look at these supplies that are pouring in for the so-called autonomous
Have a good
zone.
night,
This is
Kayla.
actually extremely well-funded left-wing agitation. Who is funding this? Who is funding this? Local autonomous zone in Minneapolis, protected by local police. They endorse it.
Wow.
Look at this. Here are the local
That's
cops
crazy.
driving over the no ice zone. Chalk.
That's
Minneapolis is on
wild.
fire, and Tim Walz endorses the autonomous zone. Should we worry? The mayors and governors are inciting an insurrection. Who will give in first? This is about wars all over the world. Get back to the basics of world peace. Tim Walz is letting the autonomous zone take over Minneapolis, a third world dump. Tear it down now. Real Americans demand that our nation be restored.
Minnesota's just a little
Autonomous zone in
place,
Minneapolis,
man.
man. Look at this.
They're just
They're
like
against border walls, except
Seattle.
for, well, this one.
Like these
It's always
Democratic
Minneapolis.
little
Why is it
stupid
always
cities.
Minneapolis? Because this is where they're staging their revolution, man. This is it. They got their guy in. Tim Walz, they got their guy in.
What a
I keep
nigga.
hearing Tim Walz, Jacob Frey, Amy Klobuchar, Tim Smith lie about these protesters are peaceful. They bit off an ICE agent's finger. Don't Google it, man. It's disgusting. They bit
Oh,
off
he's
an
the
ICE
second one
agent's
that says
finger
not to Google
today.
it. Is
Throwing
disgusting.
rocks,
I
throwing
am
frozen
not.
water bottles,
I'm not
trying to
looking
kill
at that.
journalists. Minneapolis boards up permanently as rioters declare autonomous zone. You know, they killed Charlie Kirk, who was a national figure in our movement and somebody who would have been president for sure, one of the single most powerful voices of an entire generation. And they never had to, they didn't board up a single business.
Nope.
Because of the right.
Nope.
But now in Minneapolis, you deport a couple of rapists, criminally alienated rapists, and they have to board up their businesses. What does that tell you about the difference between each movement?
It's crazy.
And what they stand for? And which one cares about the future of America? The autonomous zone is inherently an act of rebellion and insurrection, both of which can be rightfully and should be rightfully ended by the military. Activate the Insurrection Act. You should do it. Should do it. Fight the U.S. military on camera.
I
Show
talked
America
about
who
this
these people
many
are.
times.
We will continue to do that. Here. It's your boy Benny. Like, share, and subscribe.
That's crazy. I've been talking about this for a long time. It's nothing new. It's, to me, it's like I've been saying to sign this Insurrection Act for almost a year now. Almost a year now, but you know, Trump is playing he's playing chess while everybody else is playing checkers. So he's the mastermind. He's the one with the mighty pen, and all he needs to do is put his John Hancock down, and the rest is history. And these idiots are, they listen. There's no other way this is going to come out in a good way, especially for those who are there in Minnesota. You guys are really crazy. I don't know what's in the Kool-Aid, what drugs they've been giving you guys. I don't know. Like, maybe the hair dye is fucking up your brain cells. Maybe the septum ring is giving you some kind of blockage into your brain to work to function properly. I don't know what it is, but you guys really need to get a life. Like, seriously. And it's like, you need to get a life, like, quick. Like, because it's not going to be good for you guys. And they're tracking you. Listen, AI, this is the reason why Trump is pushing so strongly for AI, because AI is going to replace police. Ooh, you heard me. I didn't stutter. It will police. It will replace police. It will replace detectives. It will be able to solve crimes faster than any police officer would. You know what I mean? They put the information in, and they'll find everyone. Like the video cameras, you see how like in the future by 2030 these cameras are going to be so like high definition that they would know who you are based just by your bone structure of your cheeks. Okay, because a lot of people like to hide their faces, and they hide and they leave this part out. They'll know by the shape of your face and how your body is, and they'll run it through a database, and they'll know who you are. This is going to turn into Minority Report. Mark my words. But let's continue on with some more news here. Let's see what happened in the Bronx.
Across the tri-state, but first we have some breaking news out of the Bronx. A deadly gas explosion inside of a night shift building, killing a person overnight, sent firefighters racing to save dozens of others. Now, this happened in the Eastchester section, and that's where Julie Millay is live right now for us this morning. Julie.
John, we're here on Bavonia Street where there is still a massive response in effect here. Dozens of FDNY and police cars here behind me. I want to give you a look at the building that they raced into overnight to rescue more than 150 people. The firefighters were actually already here when the explosion happened. What happened is people in the building started smelling the gas. They called 911. The firefighters responded, and about 15 minutes after those firefighters got here, the explosion happened. So they were already here in the building. And if you take a look at this building now, just a sign of how cold it is. Some of those windows that were broken open have icicles falling from them now, showing where that they were spraying that water on there to put out this fire cold and immediately turned to ice. And a woman who was rescued from the 17th floor of this building described to us exactly what happened here last night.
We sitting in the living room, we smelled the gas. Then all of a sudden our door busts open, boom, vibration through our bodies, through the building. We thought the building was gonna collapse.
As firefighters made their way inside the building, people could be heard screaming for help. They felt like they were trapped inside their apartments by the flames. There are 150 apartments in this building that first responders had to work through to evacuate as fast as they could. We're told right now one person was killed, several others were seriously injured. That same resident describing to us the moments before firefighters found her and brought her outside to safety.
What happened?
I start making phone calls. I let it be known, listen, we trapped, we can't get out, and I don't know if we gonna make it. But I'm just letting y'all know that we still in here.
Now back out here live, giving you another look at this building here. As officials said, this gas explosion plus the cold made this overall a very dangerous rescue mission for the firefighters. But they did note that it could have been a much more difficult and much more dangerous mission had it come tomorrow when after this snow starts to fall. Now we have seen some residents in and out of this building here this morning, along with police and EMS still going in and out of the building at this hour. Some of the residents here obviously very, very devastated, very torn up about this tragedy. And now on this very, very cold day, they are left without a home. Just down the street from where we're standing, there is a Red Cross staging area where we're told dozens of people are already in there registering and getting help with their immediate needs. We're going to continue to stay on the story, John, and bring you the latest as we learn it. But for now, we're live in the Eastchester section of the Bronx. I'm Julie Millay, Pix 11 News.
All right, Julie, thank you for that.
Julie, you did a good job. Congratulations. That's a horrible thing that happened into that building, and prayers goes out to the one that died in that explosion. That's so scary. Oh, and being trapped. I felt her fear while she was talking, but I would be thanking God that I'm alive. I have to look at the bright side. Life is very precious, and the fact that you could have been the next victim and you're out there talking to reporters, you should be thanking God. But let's see here what else we got. Got a couple of more videos here. Let's jump to this Tyson de la Cruz. Let's come over here. Let's watch Tyson.
1,500 targets here in Maine, ranging from a child, drug trafficking, sexual assaults, simple assaults, driving while under the influence.
America, after years of massive welfare fraud in Maine, ICE launched Operation Catch of the Day, targeting 1,400 illegal aliens in the state.
Homeland Security today says 70% of ICE arrests are criminal illegal aliens who have been charged or convicted of a crime in the United States.
But here's what's wild. While ICE is arresting rapists and drug dealers, Maine Democrats are organizing walkouts and calling this fascism. Governor Janet Mills is holding press conferences demanding ICE show her warrants. This is the same Janet Mills who allegedly let Chinese companies infiltrate Maine farmland and run illegal grow operations for years.
If somebody has evidence of criminal activity, we want to hear about it. But that's not what we're hearing about. From their families and their communities are in fear. That's not right.
So let me get this straight. Mills is worried about illegal criminals being in fear, but Chinese money laundering operations in our own state. The hypocrisy here is stunning.
Oh, Tyson, you're funny, bro. I love Tyson.
What is up, guys?
Good
Tyson
guy.
de la Cruz here. Thank
Good
you so
friend.
much for rocking with me. Let me break down exactly what ICE and who ICE is targeting in Maine, because the media wants you to think they're rounding up innocent families. That, my friends, is an absolute lie. These are convicted criminals with serious charges.
This Sudanese man has more than a dozen criminal convictions in Maine, according to the Homeland Security Department. Those include aggravated assault, false imprisonment, and violation of protection orders.
A dozen criminal convictions, including aggravated assault, false imprisonment, a violation of a protective order. A federal immigration judge ordered his final removal, but until now, he was roaming free thanks to Maine's sanctuary policies.
And 2 Ecuadorian nationals also caught in troubled waters, facing drunk driving charges. One crossed the border illegally during the Biden administration and was later released.
2 Ecuadorian nationals
Good,
facing
get 'em
drug
the fuck
driving
out.
charges. One crossed the border illegally during the Biden administration, of course, and was released, obviously, into our country. Now he's driving drunk in Maine, putting American families at risk.
ICE says it has launched what it calls Operation Catch of the Day, in which it arrested illegal immigrants on charges including aggravated assault and endangering the welfare of a child.
These aren't people who overstayed their visas and are working construction jobs. These are PDFs. They're criminals who committed violent crimes against Americans. Now let's talk about how Maine's Democrat leadership is responding to ICE removing these criminals off and out of their communities. Spoiler alert, they're furious that criminals are being arrested.
If you're not willing to fight for your rights, you will lose them. If enough of us aren't willing to stand at the front and take a rubber bullet to the face for our rights, we will lose them.
Bro, chat, these are illegals. They don't have any rights to be here. They're not American citizens. They're foreign nationals who entered our country illegally, then committed crimes. What rights are you fighting for, Jody? The right to grape people, the right to drunk drive and kill American families? Kudos, Judy. Kudos.
The group says they're walking out to protest growing fascism, they say, as well as misogyny, racism, xenophobia, and violence in the country.
They're calling this the Free America White Walkout to protest growing fascism, misogyny, racism, xenophobia, and violence. But here's the actual violence. The people with dozens of assault convictions, the Ecuadorian drunk drivers, the people charged with endangering children.
The operation name that they're using is really dehumanizing. It is creating fear and intimidation among our communities.
Former Lewiston City Council member Shafia Khalid said the operation called Catch of the Day is really dehumanizing and creating fear and intimidation. I, for one, personally think it's catchy. It's a quick pun on a lobster catch. Makes me want a lobster roll. And speaking of lobster rolls, let me know in the chat what type of lobster roll you guys like. Do you like the
Tyson needs to come
Maine-style
up here for
lobster
some
roll,
Tyson,
which is
some
bold,
lobster
mixed
rolls.
with mayonnaise, sometimes with celery or lemon?
Yeah, I'm gonna
or
bring
do you like
Tyson
the
to
hot one,
Connecticut.
the Connecticut-style one? Warm, toasted bun with a little butter and mayo. Me, myself, I'm a Connecticut-style guy myself.
Yes!
But seriously, all lobster puns
Yes!
aside, you're
I'm gonna
worried
bring
about
him-
the
I'm gonna
name
bring
of
him
an
here.
operation while
I'm
ICE
bringing him
is
to
arresting people
Connecticut.
who raped people. Your
I'm
priorities
going to
here are
take him out to
completely
eat some
backwards.
lobster.
Now let's dig into what Miss Khaled actually is saying, because their claims fall apart under the
Like, yo, I'm
slightest
gonna take
scrutiny.
Parents have not been able to pick up their kids from
The
school.
obstacle
They
on
have
me.
not been able to go grocery shopping. The streets are completely
Yo,
empty.
I gotta bring
Downtown
Tyson
Lewiston
out
is
here.
completely empty.
She claims parents can't pick up their kids from school, can't go to grocery stores, and the streets are completely empty because everyone is terrified of ICE. But my friends, the chat, here's my question. If you're here legally, why are you hiding? If you are a law-abiding immigrant who came through the
Exactly,
proper
right?
channels and hasn't committed any crimes, ICE ain't
Oh,
looking for
man.
you. They're targeting the 1,400 people with criminal records.
They're going door to door here in Lewiston, of course, in other parts of the state. But when she opened the door, they said that they were police officers. They didn't identify themselves as federal agents. They didn't identify themselves as ICE agents.
But wait, if this woman was targeted for arrest, that means she was on the list. She was on the list of criminal aliens. She was probably illegal. And here's what Miss
No.
Khaled, another one, really doesn't want you to talk about. Many of these people came here illegally by paying smugglers, often connected to cartels. And now they're working to pay off those particular debts. That, my friends, is not asylum. That is human trafficking. Now we got to talk about Janet Mills, because her press conference demanding ICE show warrants is very, very rich, coming from somebody with her particular track record.
For the most part, we're hearing about people who have not been engaged in criminal activity, who are being torn from their families, from their schools, from their businesses, and who are in fear.
Mills claims, for the most part, ICE is arresting people who haven't engaged in criminal activity and are being torn from their families. That is an obvious lie. ICE explicitly stated they're targeting people with criminal records, ranging
There's some
from
breaking
rape, drug
news right now.
trafficking, all this other stuff. The deputy assistant director of ICE said 70% of arrests
What's the
are
breaking
criminal
news?
illegal aliens who have
All
been
this breaking
charged or
news.
convicted of crimes.
She also said she's skeptical that there might actually
The
be
breaking
1,400
news.
illegal immigrants living in Maine with criminal records. And even if there were, what if they've served their time? Why are they being pursued? Are they fugitive?
Let me explain something to Miss Janet Mills. When you're in the country illegally, you committed a crime. You don't just serve your time and get to stay. You get deported. That's how immigration law works. You don't have the right to be here. You can't do this in any other country.
The governor allowed a bill to become law in December that prohibits Maine law enforcement from cooperating with any federal investigation activity over immigration.
Even though the law isn't technically in effect yet, she's already instructed Maine state police officers to abide by it. So Miss Mills is actively obstructing federal immigration law from removing criminals from her state. But let's talk about what Mills wasn't concerned about for years. While Janet Mills is crying about ICE arresting criminals, she spent years allegedly allowing Chinese companies to infiltrate Maine farmland and run illegal marijuana grow operations that were laundering money.
Portland's mayor is blasting the crackdown, saying this: "We are a welcoming city. There is no evidence, though, of unchecked criminal activity in our community requiring a disproportionate presence of federal agents."
But that's exactly what Maine has had for years: unchecked criminal activity in the form of Chinese-funded illegal grow operations. If you haven't seen that video, I cover it in full detail. It'll be somewhere in the link above or in the description down below. The reports indicate that Chinese nationals were buying up Maine farmland and converting it into massive marijuana grow operations that violated state and federal law. The money from these particular operations was being funneled back to China, and Maine officials did absolutely nothing to stop it.
I asked her right at the start, what does she know? And it turns out not very much. It turns out still that her phone calls, her administration's phone calls to the Trump administration, are still not being returned.
Mills complains that the Trump administration isn't returning her phone calls, but maybe, just maybe, the Trump administration doesn't trust a governor who allegedly turned a blind eye to Chinese money laundering. Let's talk about what Operation Catch of the Day is actually accomplishing, because the media obviously isn't going to tell you this part.
ICE saying today Operation Catch of the Day is targeting criminal illegal migrants in that state. Now, it's not clear as of tonight how long DHS plans to keep ICE agents on the ground there in Maine.
ICE has already made dozens of arrests in the first few days. These people were convicted of crimes and ordered deportation by immigration, allowed to stay in Maine thanks to sanctuary city policies.
But ICE was here and they brought somebody into the federal courthouse
This is ICE says they've arrested 50 so far, and they're targeting 1,400.
The latest reports, ICE has arrested 50 people and is targeting 1,400 in total. Every single one of these arrests represents a criminal who was living in American communities, putting particular families at risk.
Deputy Assistant Director of ICE, Patricia Hyde, says that illegal criminal aliens on the list are also from Senegal, Somalia, Honduras, Guatemala. Portland's mayor is blasting the crackdown.
They entered the country illegally, committed crimes, and were protected by Maine sanctuary policies. Now they're finally being held accountable. America, after years of massive welcoming aliens, these are convicted criminals. But Maine Democrats are organizing walkouts and calling humanizing while defending people who grape people. Governor Janet Mills is demanding warrants while she allegedly spent years allowing Chinese companies to run illegal grow operations and launder money through Maine. The hypocrisy here is at a level 10. Mills wasn't worried about Chinese infiltration of Maine farmland. She wasn't worried about illegal marijuana operations. But now, all of a sudden, she's deeply concerned about ICE arresting convicted criminals. The Trump administration is doing what Maine leadership refused to do: protect American communities from violent criminals, and Democrats are furious about it. Let me know what you think about this. Drop it down in the comment section down below. Smash the like button if you kindly would. Share, subscribe, and as always, guys, I'll catch you on the next one.
Thank you, Tyson, for a great upload. Actually, there's a plane crash. That's like the breaking news right now. So let me bring it back to me. And thank you, Tyson. Great upload. You know, these how I feel about these people already. We're living in the upside down. Prove me wrong. I say prove me wrong, because like everything's just ass backwards. And it's like what's bad is good and what's good is bad. I just don't understand the situation that people like what they're drinking, what signals, what frequencies, like where they're getting their influence from. Is it too much media? Is it too much social media that's causing people to have a I don't know, have craziness? It's a lot, you know. It's overwhelming, and the fact that these people are just rallying up together and causing chaos is just, and they're so little. That's the thing. Like Minnesota, it's not. They try to make it as big as like, oh look, it's so big. Like no, it's not. It's not. But there is a plane. It looks like an accident. I don't know if it's a plane is trying conditions. Truly doesn't make it makes zero sense to me. I don't know. I just don't know anymore. Where are we living? We're living upside down, Rick. And it's just not getting any better. It just keeps getting worse. And I just wish that things would get better, but it's just not going to. So let me set this up. Gotta stop it. Just bring it up here. But there's a plane crash in Bangor, Maine. Let's check this out.
The heck is taking off in the snow?
Yeah, who's taking off in the snow?
And why? All right, so we only have the scanner. Apologize. That's all we have for now. Oh, I got another 8 individuals on board. That's what people are reporting. 8 sources, 8 individuals on board a plane.
So it's a small plane.
Private jet crashed.
Okay, during a snowstorm.
I just looked at the weather, said cloudy, but people are saying in the chat it's snowing, and I looked at weather radar. It is snowing.
It's snowing over there.
And I have another. This is bad. This is a bad look. I'm going to show you another photo.
Let me see. I'm gonna check the weather right now over there.
Look at this other photo up here.
This is JLR
Looks like possibly 8
investigates.
people on board. This is another actual photo that is circulating.
Yeah, it's snowing over there. Bangor?
Where's the other one? Right here.
Yeah, it's snowing over there.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Not good, folks.
They're probably dead.
Not good. Smoke rising off the runway. Local news or outlets are trying to get someone over there to find out what exactly happened.
Damn.
Emergency crews at the scene right now. Scanner.
Man, that sucks. Because the weather does not look good to be flying anywhere. I know it's Sunday. They try to probably make it back home for Monday.
Report to the plane. So we're waiting. We're going to keep this up here until I get more info about what's going on. A Bombardier Challenger 650.
Now, is it the international airport? Yeah, it is the international airport.
I'm going to get
Why would you be leaving from there, though? That's not a little airport. That's their international airport. It's a pretty.
All right, so this is what the local media is.
One runway.
Turn this down for a minute so I can just. It's saying runway closed at Bangor International Airport as firefighters respond to an aircraft.
They only have one
incident.
runway.
It goes on to say, crews from multiple Maine fire departments have responded to Bangor International Airport after receiving reports of an aircraft incident. They keep saying incident. They don't say plane crash, though. The Bangor Fire Department told Maine's total coverage crews were responding to the incident along with several neighboring agencies, including the Glenburn and Herman fire departments. The airport announced at 8:25 p.m. that an incident at the airport happened and is under investigation and the runway is closed. That's all we know. But reports on Twitter are pretty much saying that it is a plane crash. Bombardier Challenger 650. That's what people are saying.
Let me see. I'm trying to find another.
Kind of give you a description of the plane here. Kind of give you an idea. Look, it appears there could be 8 people on board. That's what people are.
So it's a private jet leaving from the international airport.
Well, who in the heck was wanting to fly when you got a crazy winter storm in the general area just south? I mean, you're getting snow rates at 1 inch to 3 inches per hour. But we saw the same thing happen in Massachusetts a few months back, right? We tried to fly in a. According to Google, this is a Bombardier Challenger 650. This could be the plane involved with the incident here. They're just saying an incident, though.
It's not an incident.
Probably engine freeze, or wing freezing.
Yeah, maybe the wing froze.
What would be the cause?
Did they do the de-icing properly? Did the wing freeze and it couldn't take off and it crashed? And they couldn't stop and they lost control.
We're thinking
and
about
crashed.
everyone involved on that plane, and everyone, hopefully they get off okay. And they're okay. It seems scary though.
Very. Let's see if there's anybody reporting on it. I'm trying to see if there's anybody. He's the only one right now that's reporting on it.
We go to the Bangor Police Department, see if they got a statement. Nothing there. We'll go to the mayor.
I'm searching too. I don't see no. It's Sunday, so it's like we're getting very little out, like news wise.
See if we got anything
Majority of the news has been the weather, so not a lot of them have put out any
News Center, Maine. Crews are on the scene at Bangor Airport due to an aircraft-related incident. Okay, the Maine Wire says it was a plane crash.
So it is a
Multiple
plane.
ambulances responding to the scene per law enforcement. Area residents reported extreme loud boom.
Yeah.
Other reports I saw that said it was taking off.
As it was taken off.
So what do we got,
Wing
folks?
froze and it couldn't lift.
Not a big plane though. Private jet. All right, scanner's kind of quiet now, though. This is a photo that is circulating online. Assuming that's could be it. And then this one is
Yeah,
also
I think those
circulating.
people are not with us.
Runway closed.
Another plane, man.
Scanner up.
Damn, that sucks. It's like so many people are dying with these plane crashes.
All right, Flight Radar 24. All right, Flight Radar 24 chimed in. And we are following reports of a crash at Bangor Airport in Maine involving a Bombardier Challenger 650. ADS-B data indicates the aircraft was attempting to depart following an arrival from Houston. All right, I got the data, flight data here. Let's see what's going on here.
The wing must have froze. It has
The
to
flight
be.
data. So it looks like
That's
it's
the only
Houston.
thing.
Houston, let me see. All right, I'm gonna put this up on the screen here just to show everybody. And I got the scanner back up, so
Did they properly de-ice
no
the
activity right
plane?
now.
Because the temperatures is very high. And due to the storm, there's more than 1 million people without power right now. So that's what's coming in to the news feed too.
So it appears, according to Flight Radar 24, it says Houston to Bangor. And this plane here probably does a lot of these flights in Texas. Houston to Austin, Austin to Houston, Houston to Bangor.
Yeah, because they go hunting.
So it came from
They
from
go skiing
Houston.
or they go hunting. So that's what they do. They fly in and they go skiing, and then they go back to their homes, or they go to Colorado to ski. But since I don't know why their business was to be in Bangor and flying out during a winter storm, it is beyond me.
came from
Especially
Houston
that it's snowing and the winds
to
could have
Bangor.
froze.
And it was attempting to depart
Because it's
following an arrival.
It's
from
really
Houston.
cold outside and it's very windy, and the temperatures, like the actual temperatures, is kind of like below. Probably, let me see. Let me check my phone.
Got local media on it yet?
No, I've been looking. No local. It feels like -1 right now outside, and it's 12 degrees. So I can only imagine that it had some snowfall, and like how it landed on the wing. Maybe the wing was a little warm, but it's also cold, so it kind of iced up a little bit.
No,
And
not
when they
one
went
news report
to-
out on this situation yet.
when they went to pull up to take off,
But
to
wait,
get,
we have
they
something
probably
here.
stalled out, and they went up a little, and then they came back down, crashing down,
Pretty much the
and
same. Two
blew
people
up
at a news desk at News Center, Maine.
because it's full of
Just put out
jet
a
fuel.
report here.
They were going back to Houston, so that plane would have been full with jet fuel. That's so scary. Nobody. I'm trying to find another feed here. I'm not seeing. But I'm looking at
We
the.
are following some breaking news
Oh, here you
out
go.
of Bangor right now. That's where crews are responding to some sort of
Man,
incident involving
JLR
a plane
investigates
at
the
the
man.
Bangor airport. Penobscot County Dispatch tells
All
us
credit
first
to him, man.
responders were called to the airport around 8 o'clock tonight, so about half an hour ago. They aren't yet sharing any other details. The Maine Department of Public Safety tells us they are on scene assisting. The airport is asking everyone to avoid that area for now. We do have a crew on the way. We will keep you updated as we learn more.
Or they say crew on the way.
Man, there's a really bad ice storm that's going on right
We'll
now
find out here.
in northern South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia. Virginia is
Keep
going
your
through a
comments
really
coming.
strong ice storm. Portions of Delaware, Jersey,
Plane, Bombardier,
some portions of looks like
Challenger,
Maryland
650.
got ice storm going on. South Carolina, North
Range
Carolina,
4,000 nautical miles. Typically seats 9
especially
to 12
around
passengers.
let's
Cruise
see,
speed top 652. Powered by two General Electric CF34-3B MTO turbofan engines. New price approximately worth 32 to 35 million. Operating cost
Oh, that's the
3,000 to
jet?
3,200
Wow.
per hour, with annual
Wow.
fixed cost around $500,000 to $1 million.
Wow. That was the jet that crashed. Wow.
Maine.
Damn, man. They're not alive. But it's okay. You know, it was a quick kill. It was they died fast, and they're back with frequency. They're
That's all
back
we
with
got thus far.
frequency.
It's kind of scratchy, I know. So they said crews are on the way. Some reports are saying 8 people were on board. Some people are saying online, but you know, people are talking online saying, I don't think it is.
I'm trying to get other stuff lined up to watch. I guess it's gonna be long.
Aircraft
It
N
seems.
or the flight N10KJ.
And we saw a story about this, about the flight cancellations. There's a lot of cancellations, and up north there's like major cancellations, like over 11,000. Like there's over 11,000 cancellations, and there's over about 3,500 delays right now in the United States because of this
A lot of times
storm.
people
Wow, look at the jet.
They say this is home of Stephen King.
I wonder who was in that jet.
So some reports are saying 3 crew and 5 passengers on board, possibly.
It makes you wonder who was in that jet. Is it going to be someone that is famous in that jet that just passed away, and we're not knowing right now? That is the biggest key, because not many people could afford to get a private jet like that. And for 5 people, private jet from Maine to Houston, that's not cheap. Okay, I truly wonder.
Unconfirmed reports that 8 people were on board.
Who are the 5 passengers and the 3 crewmen? Because those 3 crew, so those 5 passengers. I wonder who was those 5, and I wonder. This is going to be big news. This is really big news, and the fact that like it's just developing. Wait till they find out who just passed away in that jet. It may shock a lot of people. All right, we'll keep this on for a little bit more. Man, my neck is killing me. That means rain is close by.
No media there at the scene yet that I've seen.
That means probably the snow is a little bit more moist, because my neck is started hurting.
Possibly 8 souls on board.
Who was those 8? That's the $1 million question right now.
Scan her up. It's the best we got so far. Man, this airport is up there. (287) Godfrey Boulevard, Bangor, Maine. And literally, it's up there. It's kind of like the center part of Maine. Somebody said this could have been the cause here.
We'll give it a little bit more, and then we'll continue on with the show, because I got some stuff for us to watch. But this is the breaking news right now. There was a plane crash, and 8 souls were on board, 3 crew, 5 passengers. I wonder.
Snowing out there.
I truly wonder who was in that jet, because it is snowing over there,
and it's cold.
But it's not snowing like how it snowed here. You know, here it was a different story. We got our ass kicked here. Over there, it's just very cold and some snow. So I'm just wondering if did they I wonder if the plane, when it took off, if it locked up, like if they didn't go through the icing process, the de-icing process. Truly wonder if they did go through the de-icing process. How long were
We're
there?
monitoring a situation right now in Maine for people that are jumping in the chat. We have a plane crash.
something terribly went wrong there. But I
Jet.
want to know who.
And it appears the plane was originally from Houston, and it was according to what we're seeing.
Like I never lived in a time like I lived in the 80s, 90s, you know, and so
Didn't
on.
make it down the runway.
But never been a
Lifted
time
off the
frame
ground.
where there's been so many plane crashes. Yay, Chloe, what's up? It's cold tonight here.
Stuttering
It's
and rolled over. Waiting to find out details. It's hard to understand.
Let me see.
Also said they heard a large explosion. Witnesses.
Oh my god.
There's a winter storm warning in the area.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy outside here. It's still snowing pretty heavy. That's why I haven't gone outside yet, because I know it's snowing because I can hear it in the window.
Let's see if I can get an airport feed up there. Find out what's going on. So cancel flights. So it appears the plane was owned by a law firm in Texas called Arnold and Itkin. Trial lawyer. A law firm that possibly owned the plane. Arnold and Itkin. Arnold and Itkin. So all the flights are canceled there. I see a Philadelphia flight. I see New York, LaGuardia, and Washington, D.C. All the remaining flights, American, Delta, and American, are canceled there. Emergency crews are there assessing the situation. Media not there yet. Radar has snow.
This is crazy.
All right, so we're just gonna keep the scanner on till we get more information about this plane crash.
Yeah, I want to know more information about it. That's why I'm holding on here, because I just really want to know who the hell was in that flight. Because why did you have to leave during a winter storm, especially if you have a winter storm warning?
Arnold and Itkin, LLP.
I'm just wondering, did the wings freeze up, or did they have some kind of malfunction? Something I don't know. Like the only thing I could think of, there's only two things that I could think of. The plane wasn't able to lift and it crashed back down,
They
or
put this
as
information
it
out
was
there.
as it was running down the runway, maybe the tire blew out
We'll find
and
out a
then
little bit more about this law firm.
it
with the
crashed
plane.
and it blew up. I don't know if there
People
was
are people
a
are
wheel
sarcastically saying
malfunction.
Stephen King was on the plane because he's from there, but no indication that Stephen King, the author Cujo, they say that's his area.
Yeah, but I don't think that was his plane though.
Arnold and Itkin Houston
But
is a
it's going to
personal
be
injury
someone.
attorney. Personal injury attorney. Our firm doesn't back down for personal injury firm. Every client, every case is personal. When you need someone to fight for you, there's only one choice: Arnold and Itkin. Wrongful death, serious injuries, burn injuries, industrial injuries, 18-wheeler injuries, motor vehicle accidents, drowning accidents. Wow. That's who the plane belonged to. That's what they're saying.
It's not going to be good news. Whoever it is of course it's not good news. But I'm just saying.
All right. See.
That sucks.
Houston. It's crazy. You know what's crazy? They literally advertise as this law firm. You won't believe this. Oh, the irony here. I'll put it up there. Hold on. The irony with this plane. Let me get this up. The irony here is their own website, who owns the plane, they advertise as Houston Aviation Accident Lawyers. Holy smokes, that's crazy.
Wow.
Arnold and Itkin, Houston Aviation Accident Lawyers. Each day across the nation, there are people who use airplanes and helicopters to travel without incident, but all too often, many other people suffer serious or life-threatening injuries. Some lose their lives. What they and their families do next will shape their futures. When aviation accidents happen, people call on Arnold and Itkin. I mean, that's not a laughing matter, but that's crazy that the owners of the plane that crashed is a Houston law firm that deals with aviation accidents.
Wow.
People are like, well, that's a coincidence. It's not a funny matter, but that's crazy. Airport accidents, helicopter crashes.
A lot of it been happening in a year.
Could have been sabotage. Great question.
Yeah, I always think of sabotage.
I think it's weather. Don't you?
I just think the weather was not
runway,
good.
Slick. Looks like it was like taking off and kind of went up for a second, and they said stuttered, then went down and rolled over, blew up.
Yeah, it just stalled out.
It's pretty crazy. All right, so where's the media? We're here doing this before the media. The media just gave that 30-second clip. We should be there soon, right?
Yeah, right. I'm here waiting too.
13 WGME with a 2-paragraph article. CNN just put it out there. 8 people. CNN says private jet carrying 8 people. The extent of the injuries are unknown. This says the crash comes amid a massive snowstorm making its way through the Northeast. Temperatures are well below freezing in Maine, with light snow causing very low visibility. The plane is registered to a limited liability corporation in Houston. crazy. They're just calling it an incident. An incident. A small business jet with 8 people on board crashes. We do not see any other info besides what we shared. Let me see FAA weather cameras in Bangor. Sometimes they have weather cameras too. Let me see if I can find weather cam. Scanner's kind of quiet now. So I could go over here like to this just to show you. Hold on. So I'm looking at FAA weather cams, and but they don't have it live. But Bangor International Airport, 2114. So Bangor, just to kind of give you perspective, it's like the center part of Maine up here.
I'm trying to find other news, and I can't find shit yet. It's Sunday, that's why, and to get a crew and get everything, it's
I don't
just
see any activity. They don't have a live thing here. Interesting. It's pronounced Bangor. Bangor.
yeah, Bangor, Maine.
We got some people in the chatter from the area, I believe. What's happening? Does anyone if anyone got a live feed or some footage, send to us. Tips at JLR Investigates. We'd love to see what's going on there. We take the media forever to go there or what? It's like a thunderstorm.
Yeah, it's a bang.
All right. Breaking aircraft. Bangor, Maine.
It's like boom.
Per reports, there were 8 people on board. The aircraft is owned by a Texas law firm. A Nest camera owned by Hugh Hahn on Facebook reported they recorded the loud boom. One more time. Dogs barking. Sound like thunder.
Yeah, it did sound like a thunder.
All right. So we're waiting for more info.
Yeah, they're dead. That sucks, man.
Horrible.
You know, something that could have been avoided too. Why did they have to leave at this time during this storm?
We might have something here.
Like even professional, like even the commercial, they don't risk it. They cancel the flights. They're like, fuck that shit, you know, because that's the, you know, you think of the liability, you know.
No, Maine kind of just did a report here, but they just kind of was just at the news desk, kind of like what we're doing. It's getting the information. But it does appear that there was 8 souls on board from the situation. All right, so this guy named Kyle Knox just posted on social media. He goes, "We just landed in Bangor from Florida." We just landed in Bangor from Florida on an unplowed runway. And we are all safe. But we just watched a plane with 8 people on board crash behind us. Please pray for all on board that plane.
Oh no! You tell me they were trying to land and they crashed.
Unplowed runway, the guy says.
Oh wow! If that's true, that's super negligence.
I got another image of the airplane. Another image. This is circulating. FAA confirms 8 people were on board. FAA put out a statement. I'll get it up. Get it up here in a minute. Well, pretty much they say, you know, what we know. They say a Bombardier Challenger 600 crashed as it was taking off from Bangor International, Maine at around 7:45 p.m. 8 people were on board. The FAA and NTSB will investigate. They don't say the conditions of the people, though. I hear nothing about anyone being rescued and taken to the hospital alive. Nothing. All right, so we are waiting for more info. Out of Bangor, Maine. Scan her up.
Man, it's snowing hard right now outside. Oh, let me go check it out real quick because it's coming down hard.
I'm gonna dude, they didn't even plow the runway. That's what it appears. I mean, that's the way I'm seeing it. They didn't even have the runway plowed from the snow. I think that's what the situation is, man. If you don't have the runway plowed, then why would you even have an airport open? I smell lawsuits. I smell lawsuits first. We're going to continue to listen in here. Not good, though. Unclear if the 8 people are alive or dead or. All right, so they are saying that the plane is owned by Kurt Arnold. Kurt Arnold, a lawyer and co-founder of Arnold and Itkin LLP. No information whether he was on the plane or not, which happens to deal with aviation accidents. That is a real photo because the media is now putting that out there. So this is confirmed footage of the plane carrying 8 souls. Scanner's still up. Oh, let me see if I can find like an inside look of this Bombardier, what it looks like in the inside. That's what I should have done. I'll look for like a YouTube video or something with maybe what the inside. A lot of times they do these tours. Give you like a look. Yeah, they got music.
I think we're going to continue on with some other news. So we'll follow up on this crash a little later. I just wonder who in the right mind will get on or try to fly into a winter event that's going on, especially during this winter storm. You know, this winter storm has been creating havoc across the country. And I got a lineup here of stuff to watch. And then I'll be wrapping it up for the night. Because I don't want to make it a whole night thing. I really wanted to make it short, but then I was like, yeah, let me just continue. I don't even know who's winning the football game. I don't even care. But I'm going to check to see who's winning. I'm going to check. But I don't know yet. But let's go ahead and share this here because a lot of people are not watching the game in these areas because they got no power.
Deep South because I haven't hit this in a while. Let me show you power outage numbers from the Deep South because areas like Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, they have seen a major ice storm warning. Let me break it down by county and by parish, and this is percentage of power outages. There are counties in Mississippi, and many counties, that 80 to 90, almost 95% of the county is without power because of the crippling ice storm that has happened there, and also into parts of Carolinas and Georgia. So that's going to have a trickle-down effect that moves right through Nashville, and of course, many of the airports there are going to have some issues. Travel is going to be a concern. If you know anybody that's in that area, they really have a tough road ahead.
Okay, let's keep it moving.
Well, if you wanted a snowy winter, you are getting it tonight. Our first significant snowfall in 4 years. We're already seeing crashes, cars stuck along the slippery roadways. Right now, crews across the state really working to keep up with the conditions.
But that is certainly going to be an uphill battle because snow is going to keep falling overnight tonight, a little bit lighter perhaps, and then throughout the day tomorrow. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ken McLeod.
And I'm David Wade. The snow here far from over. We have team coverage for you tonight from Worcester to Boston. Let's start with our chief meteorologist, Eric Fisher, on how the storm is shaping up so far, and it's going as planned.
So far, it's going as planned. I think we're on pace for some of those higher end totals before all is said and done. When it comes to the heaviest snowfall rates, how quickly it's adding up, we've got about 3, maybe 4 hours left of that, where rates are in that 1 to 2 inch per hour range, or at times they've been even a little over 2 inches per hour. We'll see a little mix of sleet on the south coast, Cape Cod and the islands, which will top some of that snowfall. And some of the peak amounts, when all is said and done tomorrow, we may see some spots get up to 2 feet. That is a whole bunch of snowfall. Radar tells the story. Everyone's seeing it right now. See that some of the heavier elements that are just on the south side of Boston at the moment, down into Rhode Island. Pretty heavy band there near the south coast. Also notice some of that blue speckling. That's some enhancement from that snow that's coming off the ocean straight out of the east at the time. Now that's the sleet across the south coast of Connecticut, Rhode Island, over Nantucket. And at times we've had some reports of it mixing in on the Cape. We'll see a little bit more of that as the evening goes on. It's a whole mess on the eastern seaboard. There's a bunch of sleet and ice off to our south today. There'll be a lot of snow and powder across northern New England. Tomorrow will be a big ski day, I'm sure, and the whole week will be on as well. Visibility is around a half mile to a mile at the moment here, so we've got some pretty steady, moderate to heavy snowfall. Temperatures have come up a little bit. We've got a coastal front here that's brought us at least through the 20s, some single digits, though, still west of that front. Snow totals, most are in that 8 to 11 or 12 inch range at this point. We'll see more and more towns climbing over a foot in the next few hours, as we have those rates at about 1 to 2 inches per hour until around 10, 11 o'clock. That's when those rates start to come down. So you notice this is how much snow is falling every hour. Now you're more around.
It's still snowing over here.
And then overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, and that will be the case. So the pace of our snow will start to drop. And we're on track for most towns to get 12 to 20 inches of snow, a little bit less in the mid and outer Cape and down toward the islands. We might get some spots up to 2 feet. This has to do with how long snow can linger late tonight and into tomorrow. Can we keep on adding enough powder on top to get us those highest end totals? You have to get to 20 inches to get into the top 10 of Boston snowfalls. We'll see where we end up. We're around 10 inches or so right now. So we've got double that by the time we get toward the end of the day tomorrow. And tomorrow's snow, I think, will count as the same storm. It's gusty at the coastline, and we'll see some blowing and drifting of that snow. It peaks overnight tonight. Winds will start to come down as we head into tomorrow. But we do have that final backlash of snow. We will talk about that in the full forecast.
All right, Eric, thank you so much.
Well, this shows you how treacherous the roads in Chelsea can be. The driver you see here needed a push from a few volunteers. This ordeal went on for a good 10 minutes or so before that car finally got going.
Yeah, for a while, it looks like the car was winning. No
Yes,
question about
I think
that.
so.
Aaron Parsegian continues our team coverage north of Boston tonight. He's live for us in Andover. Aaron.
David and Ken, yeah, the snow continuing to fall here in downtown Andover, where it's been unrelenting for several hours now. Here's the good news about the snow. It's still a lot of this powdery stuff that we've been seeing. A lot of people have just been coming outside, taking it all in. They haven't seen a snowstorm like this in a few years at least. So they're watching their downtown get blanketed in it. And thankfully, most of the people we talk to are at least walking outside, staying off the roads, because the roads right now are the biggest concern, especially on the highways, I-93 North, which we took up here to Andover. Cars were rolling very slowly, about half of highway speeds. We saw people spinning off, fishtailing. We saw a couple accidents as well. So that's why people are really being urged to stay off the roads, especially with the snow continuing to fall. Over a half foot here in Andover at least, and it's been piling up very quickly. This is a city parking lot here that they're plowing every so often. They just came through here about 40 minutes ago or so. This was bare, and then right now there's about 1 to 2 inches of snow that piled just on top of where they just. It's still coming down very consistently, still that off snow. But of course, this is still in the middle of this storm. We're expecting some more to keep falling here in Andover. Live in Andover tonight, Aaron Parsegian, WBZ News.
Aaron, thank you. The last time Boston had more than 6 inches of snow, 1,430 days ago, February of 2022.
So I guess it's understandable if Boston residents feel a little bit out of practice for a system like this. WBZ meteorologist Alyssa Andrews is live for us down in the Seaport tonight. Alyssa?
Hey there, guys. Okay, so yes, it's been a long time, almost 4 years since that 6-inch snow in Boston. Now, the best snowboard I could find for measuring, I got recently just around 10 inches of snow here, but it's hard to measure out here with the snow blowing around everywhere. And the crews that I've seen out here, they're working so hard, but just as quickly as they clear off a sidewalk, more snow piles on top. In fact, we can't even find our footprints right after we make them. But what about this? A 2-for-1 after we hear that the Patriots are going to the Super Bowl, and now we finally break that snowfall streak. We get to 6+ inches here already, have hit that in Boston in the Seaport. I saw people right outside after we got the news that the Patriots won. They were exiting from some parties, so there still were some people out, but they were just on their way to get out and get back home and make it safe just before, it gets a little bit later and travel gets even harder. I think so far what we can see tonight here in the Seaport, we're right in front of the Children's Museum, and I can see the first layer of the skyline. Beyond that, not much. And it's not terrible out here. Temperatures in the last couple of hours have gone up maybe 2 degrees. I'm at 29 degrees right now. So it hasn't been terrible. When that wind picks up though, it's pretty miserable to be out stuck in this. So just take it easy, but we're enjoying ourselves with the snow that's finally hit Boston, and still about 10 inches and counting here in the Seaport. Reporting live from Boston, I'm Alyssa Andrews for WBZ News.
All right, Alyssa, looks like you're enjoying it out there. Thanks.
Yeah, big smiles.
Nick.
The snowstorm, winter storms don't seem to miss Worcester very often, and they're getting walloped tonight. They could see 1.5 feet of snow from the system, which will make those hilly streets of Worcester very dangerous.
And speaking of that, WBZ's Logan Hall is live for us in Worcester, and those plows are going to be pulling an all-nighter. You know that, Logan.
Yeah, Ken and David, that's right. I'm glad Alyssa's having a good time out there. It is not necessarily the case out here, as these plows have their work cut out for them. We have seen these trucks pulling up and gearing up over the course of the evening, trying to keep these roadways clear here in Worcester, as it is an uphill battle for them because there is just tons of snow falling from the sky, blanketing these streets here in Worcester. We are just off of Shrewsbury Street, a street that we were driving up and down. It's full of businesses, and nearly every one of them at this point is closed. We were trying to find somewhere to pull off and get some video, and there wasn't even a parking lot that we could pull into because of all of the snow that we're seeing out here. Now, the good news is it's light and fluffy stuff. We've got about 1 foot of it on the ground, and for the most part, as we've been driving around the streets here, we haven't seen that many cars on the road, so people are heeding that advice and staying off of roadways. We have seen some unlucky people trying to shovel their cars out. On our way down to Worcester, we did see a couple cars on the highway that had spun off. So again, these are dangerous conditions with all of this snow on the place, and it's expected to continue over the course of the night. We're actually going to be speaking to the Department of Public Works here in just a little bit, and they're going to give us an update on what they are doing to keep people here safe and to keep these streets as clear as possible. But again, this snow is not letting up, and it is definitely going to be an uphill battle for those workers out here who are trying to keep roadways clear.
Hall in Worcester. Thank you so much, Logan.
Okay, let's keep it moving. Well, let's put the sun up.
End of this massive winter storm continues to slam the Northeast, including our nation's capital. Madeline Rivera is live at the White House with the latest. Last time we tossed to you, Maddie, we got a well-timed snowplow behind you, snowblower, I guess it was. They're taking care of the White House today.
That's right, John. Yeah, it was perfect timing. It just goes to show you what the conditions are like out here at the White House. So the president says they are working closely with state leaders, emergency management teams, and FEMA as this historic winter storm makes its way across the country. The president saying on Truth Social yesterday he had approved emergency declarations for Tennessee, Georgia, North Carolina, Maryland, Arkansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Indiana, and West Virginia. Earlier in the day, he had also approved emergency declarations for South Carolina and Virginia. The administration does feel they have deployed enough resources to make sure states have everything they need. The biggest concern among federal officials, though, seems to be the ice and the strain it might put on the energy grid. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem talked about that today on the Sunday briefing.
Now, the situation with this storm is pretty unique just because it's going to stay cold for a period of time. So this ice that has fallen will keep those lines heavy, even if they haven't gone down immediately. For several days, we're going to have below freezing temperatures that will make sure that if we get a little bit of wind or we get some stress on those lines, they still could potentially lose power. So we're going to continue to monitor that. FEMA coordinates that through the state.
Today, the Department of Energy issued an emergency order to mitigate blackouts from the storm. It grants PJM Interconnection, the country's largest electric grid operator, to run all its power generation at full tilt. This comes, as you said, John, as power outages soar past 1 million across the country, a number that we expect to climb as this storm passes through. This energy emergency order is in effect until the end of the month. John, back to you.
And we've said it earlier, but, the problem with this storm is that, often you get a storm like this and then you get some warm weather that kind of melts everything away. That apparently is not going to happen this time, according to the meteorologists.
No, what we expect is that the ice will stay here. So you heard Chrissy Noem talk about the strain it might put on the energy grid. You'll know that the streets will be likely slick and slippery. So again, the advice that all people are being told is just stay indoors, enjoy yourselves, and stay warm. John.
That sounds good to me. All right, Madeline.
No, same to me.
Madeline Rivera at the White House for us. Madeline, thank you.
You got it.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox.
I mean, isn't it so beautiful? Like when it snows, especially at the White House. Imagine going out to see the White House with all the snow around the grounds. Oh man, that's so beautiful. All right, let's continue.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's the meme of the day brought to you by 5mind.com. Well, there certainly seems to be a trend here building up with this fraud. Every single time we learn more, it just gets worse and worse and worse. And now I guess we've got a little bit of a similar trend, but in a different way. You know how we're seeing all these businesses. You got like 50 different home care offices in one commercial building. Well, now I guess not only is the fraud getting worse and worse, but the commercial buildings are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Yeah, if you thought the last expose showing all those home care offices in that one commercial building was bad, well, you're not going to believe this. It appears a couple Trump officials have discovered the frickin' motherlode. We're now looking at a situation in Minneapolis where 400 different Medicaid businesses are operating in one single building alone. And apparently they're billing the taxpayers nearly $500 million. This is absolutely unreal. Tim Walz's troubles just got that much worse. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on the tape. All right, folks, so just take a look at this video right over here.
Behind me is the Griggs Midway building. It looks like a factory because it was a factory, a linen factory. They made cloth back there, converted to an office building. You'll notice all those little signs there, and there's tons of little businesses inside. Roughly 400 Medicaid businesses were started in the building behind me over the last several years. They generated about $380 million of billing that you, the taxpayer, were putting up. That means roughly each business had $1 million of billing. It's an industrial area. There's no reason that you have a mother bring her child there. You can't imagine getting extra business support. An autistic child probably wouldn't want to come here. You hear the noise. It's just not a hospitable place. The question is, how is it possible 400 businesses billing almost $400 million were able to thrive here? What did the owner of the business, this building, think was happening inside? Why did no one in the state figure out this was a concern? And perplexingly to me, in a place of this nature, an industrial complex that people would not come to for child care or autism care or transportation support, how is it possible this could come up like an abscess in of Minneapolis? He was watching. So you'll notice there's already a watch that's observing us, and people in cars taking pictures of us. They're calling around and trying to find out what's going down. They don't have to, wonder. I'm telling you, we're here to figure out why these folks are being defrauded, why the people who live in Minnesota aren't getting access to the care they deserve because it's been stolen. But the fact that you've got people behind me in cars concerned that we're even talking about this story should be something that worries you. It bothers me.
Again, what the hell is going on in Minnesota and likely across the entire country? It also makes you think, no wonder premiums are getting more and more expensive. There's probably so much fraud across the system. But again, we're seeing something that fundamentally just doesn't make sense. 400 healthcare companies would obviously need a whole lot more commercial space to be doing those kinds of numbers in care. Nearly $500 million. We're talking autism therapy, childcare, home health care services, all of which requires actual facilities, staffs, patients coming in. But here you have this dingy little industrial linen factory, which is clearly not suitable in the first place. And we're supposed to believe that they're doing $500 million in business. We're supposed to believe there's 400 legitimate businesses operating in that one commercial building alone. It's simply unbelievable. And I think most people are coming to the same conclusion. That's most likely a scam factory, no longer a linen factory, bleeding taxpayers dry while Democrat leadership looks the other way. And again, you got to think what Democrats are defending here. But Democrats are fighting tooth and nail to protect and to hide from scrutiny. And actually, speaking of that, I got an interesting clip here. Tim Walz just did a press conference, and you're really not going to believe the angle he took. Take a look at this.
Here we are in 2025. The quote, and I believe he made it in St. Cloud when he was there, healthcare will be easy. I can fix it on day one. He is a damn fool. And everybody who deals with healthcare knows that that is. And I don't understand where the outrage is around this, because there's nothing. And the idea for every single person sitting in this room and every single person listening and reading, the idea that he is going to give you the money and you're going to go out there and buy this healthcare is the stupidest assessment of healthcare that I have ever heard out of someone in a position of authority. We've been working on this for decades. Everyone knows that that is absolutely not true. But apparently now that's the plan. Spoken by someone who I guarantee you has never had to purchase their own healthcare or look at a premium cost or worry about it rising. Else is paying for your health care and somebody else is looking at the bills. That's not how life works for folks. So I'll tell you what, this is a guy who's never heard of the word affordability. He's never heard of the word accountability either.
I mean, the message there is basically that Democrats can spend your money better than you can. Such incredible arrogance and obviously fundamentally untrue. Look at how horrible government is at spending money, as evidenced by this massive Minnesota fraud that's happening. But really, I don't like localizing it to Minnesota. Now we're talking Democrat fraud across the nation. But here's Tim Walz telling you that Donald Trump's plan is absolute trash. And his argument, I mean, it's really hard to argue against. It was so coherent. Yeah, you could sense the freaking sarcasm in my voice. He basically went on an unhinged tirade claiming that Donald Trump is stupid. His plan is stupid. And anybody who knows healthcare knows that. What? Is that even an argument? No, it isn't. His plan is stupid because it's stupid is basically what he said there. And of course, leaning on the, you think Donald Trump has ever had to worry about buying healthcare? Just leaning on classist fear-mongering. Trump is rich, therefore invalidate everything that he says. Therefore, keep voting for fraud and waste. No argument, just ad hominems and classist manipulations. And to hear this coming from this guy of all people, that's got to be the biggest slap in the face of all. Look at how they're spending your money in his state. Look at the billions of dollars in fraud. And yet he has the audacity to say this. And it's not just the hypocrisy that's a slap in the face. It's again this notion that government is more efficient at spending your tax dollars. You're going to get more by throwing your money into this black hole of bureaucracy instead of engaging in a direct transaction. Can someone please explain to me how that makes sense? Put your money into this totally corrupt system with all kinds of bureaucracy, layers of red tape and, political consultants and corrupt actors, a system with no accountability where the most basic of service becomes 10 times more expensive. I mean, come on. Contrast that with putting the money in the consumer's hands. Obviously, the money's going to go a whole lot further. People spend their own cash wisely. Now, of course, not everyone is wise with their money, but I would argue even people who are significantly unwise with their money probably do a whole lot better than the government does. You get to actually shop for value and you're in the driver's seat. You can demand quality. There's consumer pressure on providers to actually meet certain standards, but with the government, there is no standard. You can make corrupt backroom deals, basically guarantee profits, guarantee growth, and all the while shaft the consumer. Obviously, that's what Democrats are fighting for. That's what they're advocating for. That's the system they're defending. And it's just that much more insulting when they defend that system, when they run cover for that clearly broken system with such incoherent arguments. Again, Democrats never actually want to talk about the machine, the cogs, what's moving. No, the argument is just trust us and let us doing what we're doing, or else we'll label you an idiot, a political enemy, or some sort of extremist. Yeah, just leave it up to the government experts who seem to be experts at wasting your money and providing very little in value. It's crazy that people legitimately believe these Democrats have their best interest at heart when it's very obvious they're selling you out as they buddy up with corporate lobbyists and enrich themselves. Anyways, that's pretty much what I got for you guys. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
All right, we'll see him on the next one. He has good content, man. I like the way he thinks. I like the way he puts his stuff together. It's really, really good flow to it. We got another story here we got to catch up on, and this is, I believe, about the ice. It's an ice storm.
Number overall across the country.
Oh my God, look at that.
The storm peaked at one point earlier today. It was up over 1 million customers without power. This is some video out of Oxford, Mississippi. The home.
Oh my God, look at all the ice.
The tree damage was extensive.
That's nothing. It's going to get worse overnight.
These places are still, as I said, over 100.
All those trees are going to start like
power.
Yeah,
breaking
50,000
overnight.
people when you include Ole Miss plus the population of Oxford, Mississippi, living here in this larger city. It's, I think, the 9th largest in the state of Mississippi. So we've got Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell, who is live over in Oxford. Brandy, the college just within the last, let's say, decade and a half, planted over 9,000 trees. It's known for their luscious magnolia trees. And I think that's a big reason why Oxford's seeing some of the biggest infrastructure problems out of the entire Southeast. Can you describe kind of the evolution from where you were sitting at yesterday and now how things look today? It's a very stark difference.
It really is. If you were out and about early yesterday morning, it was just sleet. And then eventually we turned and saw some of the freezing rain come down and then quickly start to see the ice start to accumulate in the afternoon yesterday. But what really made the big impact was the overnight rainfall, that freezing rain in the nighttime hours. That's when we really started to see the ice accumulate. That's when you started to see the transformers blowing up, just illuminating the sky, taking down trees. It sounds like gunshots overnight. As we take a look here in the downtown area, there's not a ton of trees in downtown, but you can see it took down this light pole right here. So that's infrastructure that they'll have to obviously put back up, rebuild in this area to get lights back up. That's just one example of what heavy ice can do here in the city of Oxford. And then as we continue to look over, you'll see the impact to the trees here. I mentioned there's not a ton, but here surrounding the courthouse, we do have some trees. So this is one, and this isn't just a little bit of ice. We're talking about an inch of ice reported here in Oxford. It's thick around these branches right here. If I just hold my hand around it, this is about the size of my finger right here. So as you take a look at it, I'll hold my finger up to it. You can see how thick that ice is right there. So it's heavy on these trees. And again, as I mentioned, it's loud. Overnight, you can just hear the pop, 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 pop. And if I step on it, it almost sounds like glass.
Damn, crispy.
So right
Crispy.
now, this is going to be the first full night that folks are going to really be dealing with the impacts of this ice storm. We're talking about thousands of people here in Lafayette County that are out of power.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot for a while.
The feels like temperatures, maybe even dipping into the single digits tonight. And again, no power. Right now, the downtown area is all in darkness.
With layers.
There are some buildings here
Dress
that
in
have
layers
generator
and put
power.
plenty
I
of
can
socks.
hear kind of the whistle of someone's generator. It almost sounds like an alarm that's just consistently
I'm sure they got plenty of
going off here in
comforters
downtown.
and stuff to
I
keep
do want to say the
themselves
good
warm.
news is we have some linemen, some amazing linemen who are hard at work in these cold temperatures, dangerous conditions where trees are still falling and lights are slowly starting to come on. So there's some hope for folks, but it's still going to be a tough night, guys.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard night.
And it was first light this morning, as you showed us, Brandy, that revealed the amount of damage that was done there. And now to move into the next night with no power, the sound that you were showing us, it's unsettling. We know with those temperatures, it's going to be a dangerous run over this next stretch. Brandy, thank you for the update. We'll be checking back in shortly.
That's crazy. Listen, it's the first night. They're going to be dealing with this ice overnight. The temperatures are dropping. So the ice is not like it's going to solidify more and it's going to weaken the trees. And a lot of trees are going to fall. A lot of them end up falling over those power lines. And a lot of people are going to be out of power for a good while. So I hope they're ready, especially like the northern Louisiana, Shreveport area, all over. You guys know where the areas that are affected. It's just so overwhelming. I'm dealing with it here. It's still snowing. It's so windy outside. You can hear it banging on the window. It sounds like Rice Krispies. That's what it sounds like. I'm like, it sounds like Rice Krispies. You know when you put the milk in the Rice Krispies and it go and starts popping? That's what it sounds like. It's wild outside. And let's go ahead and continue with the last two videos of the night. And we're going to watch Jason A. So let's go ahead and watch.
All right. Today, the first trilateral talks between Ukraine, Russia, and the U.S. are being held in the United Arab Emirates. They're expected to continue tomorrow as well. The U.S. envoy, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner arriving in Moscow Thursday following their trip to Switzerland to have these talks with President Vladimir Putin of Russia. Ukraine's President Zelensky saying that Russia is not just Ukraine, has to be willing in these talks to compromise.
And then finally, I'll just talk to people on the media and on the social media, which is this deal only happened because we worked with Israel, we worked with Turkey, we worked with Qatar, we worked with Saudi, we worked with Egypt. I mean, everyone worked together. We worked with UAE. We all worked together to make this happen. I see a lot of people trying to escalate, criticizing Israel or Israelis criticizing Turkey or Qatar. Just calm down for 30 days. I think that the war is over. Let's do our best to try working together. Our goal here is peace between Israel and the Palestinian people. Everyone wants to live peacefully. Everyone wants to live with dignity. Let's put our efforts towards promoting those who are doing the work to build this up, like Ali and his committee. Let's focus on the positive stories, and let's just calm down, turn a new chapter. And if we believe that peace is possible, then peace really can be possible. So we're going to continue to work every day. We need all of your help to do it. And again, I just really want to thank President Trump for his leadership in doing this. This would not have been possible without your commitment to this. Everyone thought it was impossible to end this war. You never gave up. You never stopped. Every time there was a setback, you told us to try harder. You gave us different ideas. And we've made several impossible things happen just in Gaza to date. And there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to make even more impossible things happen. So really, thank you for your amazing leadership.
Will the Board of Peace have a lasting legacy in the Middle East and beyond? Here is Donald Trump speaking at Davos in the last 24 hours.
Today, we're announcing more details regarding the Board of Peace, so important. This board has the chance to be one of the most consequential bodies ever created. And it's my enormous honor to serve as its chairman. I was very honored when they asked me to do it. We had an idea to do it, and then they came. They said, "You be the chairman." And but I take it very seriously. We have a great group of people and incredible young people that are leading it from within. It's running beautifully. Started already, and every country, just about every country, wants to be a part of it. I've always said the United Nations has got tremendous potential, has not used it, but there's tremendous potential in the United Nations, and you have some great people at the United Nations, but so far it hasn't. On the 8 wars that I ended, I never spoke to the United Nations about any of them, and you would think that I should have. You would think they could have done those 8 wars, but they couldn't have, and they tried, I guess, in some of them. But they didn't try hard enough. But there's tremendous potential with the United Nations. And I think the combination of the Board of Peace with the kind of people we have here, coupled with the United Nations, can be something very, very unique for the world.
And I think the European allies agree with you because they're not at the Board of Peace, and they've raised a lot of questions about how is this going to work?
Well, I mean, I don't think that they're at the Board of Peace because I don't think that they find it a serious operation or organization. So I think that's probably why they're not there. And also they are tired of being embarrassed and shellacked by the president for no reason after Greenland, and he just continually embarrassed them. So I'm sure that's also why they're not there, and they're also not going to give $1 billion. So I just think that it's just an interesting. I don't think we can create our own UN. I don't think that we have the standing in the world to do that at this juncture. I do think that there needs to be some more emphasis on what the UN's mission is and goal is, and try to make it less bureaucratic.
While back in Davos, President Trump held a signing ceremony for his so-called Board of Peace that will oversee the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas in Gaza, while also making efforts Thursday to end Russia's war with Ukraine. Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner and U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff met with President Putin in Moscow, while the commander-in-chief sat down with Ukraine's President Zelensky.
The war has to end.
And U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff says the talks to end Russia's war is down to one issue, but President Trump says they still have a ways to go.
Was it a mistake or a master stroke, Amy Tarkanian, to include an invitation to Vladimir Putin to be part of this Board for Peace?
Well, keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer. It's yet to be seen if they're actually going to accept that invitation, but I think it shows once again, you talk about having a vision of peace. This at least shows a vision of extension of an olive branch of trying to coordinate and communicate and try to work with those who we normally don't work very well with at all. And quite honestly, they're not even very trustworthy. But I think the fact that it's actually been thrown out there for the entire world to see that there is a possibility, it doesn't hurt. We'll have yet to see if it's actually going to come to fruition.
Is the world a safer place under the presidency of Donald Trump, Amy?
Well, it's definitely on its toes. I don't know if it's more safe, but it's definitely shaking things up. And I think he likes it that way. He's very aggressive in everything that he does. It doesn't matter if it's the smallest deal or the largest deal. He likes to throw as much out as possible, see who will bend, see who will break, and see who will actually, move forward along with him. And he will continue to move with or without you. So it's all very interesting to watch unfold, no matter what the scenario is with this individual.
So we did a master plan. We brought in, I think, Yakir Gabay, who's one of the most successful real estate developers and brilliant people I know. He's volunteered to do this, not for profit, really because of his heart. He wants to do this. And we've developed ways to redevelop Gaza. Gaza, as President Trump's been saying, has amazing potential. And this is for the people of Gaza. We've developed it into zones. In the beginning, we were toying with the idea of saying, let's build a free zone, and then we have a Hamas zone. And then we said, you know what, let's just plan for catastrophic success. Hamas signed a deal to demilitarize. That is what we are going to enforce. People ask us what our plan B is. We do not have a plan B. We have a plan. We signed an agreement. We are all committed to making that agreement work. There's a master plan. We'll be doing it in phasing. In the Middle East, they build cities like this in 2-3 million people. They build this in 3 years. And so stuff like this is very doable if we make it happen. Rafah will start with. This will show a lot of workforce housing. We think this could be done in 2-3 years. We've already started removing the rubble and doing some of the demolition. And then New Gaza. It could be a hope. It could be a destination, have a lot of industry, and really be a place that the people there can thrive, have great employment. Once this starts going, we think there should be 100% full employment and opportunity for everybody there. And we have a lot of data on what can be, but we think that this really gives the Gazan people an opportunity to live their aspirations. But it all starts with security, and it all starts with governance. Final note I'll just say on the Board of Peace, which is that all the lessons we're doing is we're basically studying the best practices from all over the world, and we're watching who does education the best, who does healthcare delivery the best. All of these things it's not secret IP. All this is IP that the Board of Peace is going to make public, and we want to encourage all the countries to be able to follow these best practices. A lot of the things that President Trump is doing in America, if they're working, we should all be copying them. If we find what's working in other countries, we should be copying them too. And so what the Board of Peace will have the ability to do if we're successful with Gaza is really show how do you do peace implementation, which is something that when we got this deal done, we didn't really find too much expertise or know-how on how to do it. So as we're creating this system, hopefully it's something that we can just document these learnings and make them available to all else who want to use them in the future. So demilitarization, this is something we're starting now. We have a new government in Gaza. This government will be working with Hamas on the demilitarization to really take the principles that were agreed to in the document to the next phase. And hopefully that will be successful. Without that, we can't rebuild. So if Hamas does not demilitarize, that will be what holds back Gaza and the people of Gaza from achieving their aspiration, and that's very important. So the next 100 days, we're going to continue to just be heads down and focused on making sure this is implemented. We continue to be focused on humanitarian aid, humanitarian shelter, but then creating the conditions to move forward. So thank you. Final point I'll just make is this is really only possible because of the work of so many people and President Trump's great leadership. But a lot of you have been asking, how can we help? So the countries have all been incredibly generous. We'll be doing the first conference where we'll announce a lot of the contributions that will be made in a couple weeks in Washington. From the private sector, there'll be amazing investment opportunities. I know it's a little risky to be investing in a place like this, but we need you to come, take faith, invest in the people, try to be a part of it.
Jason A, great upload there. We're going to go on. I put an ad on. I wanted to see this one. So it's going to be a split between both videos of Jason A's, but there's a little add on I just wanted to watch together with you guys.
This morning continues after another fatal shooting by Department of Homeland Security agents in Minnesota. on Saturday. U.S. Border Patrol shot and killed an individual in Minnesota after they said he approached agents and he was armed with a handgun and he resisted when officers tried to disarm him. The incident, the second fatal shooting in Minnesota after agents shot and killed Rachel Good on January 7th. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz called the shooting horrific on social media, and he is calling on the White House to stop its immigration operation in Minnesota.
It's gonna end up being arresting. You know that, right?
Oversight Committee, Kentucky Congressman James Comer. Mr. Chairman, thanks very much for being here this morning.
Thank you for having me, Maria.
Another individual is dead at the hands of Border Patrol. Let's be clear. We do not know if there was any pushback from this individual who was armed. We do not have evidence that he was waving a gun, doing anything to threaten Border Patrol. He had his phone and he was shooting. He was viewing and recording the incident. That's what he was doing, recording the incident. What is your reaction? And you are an elected official. What can you do about it?
Well, look, I don't think there's any question that a majority of Americans want President Trump and ICE to go in and apprehend the criminal illegals. That's what President Trump campaigned on, and he's doing exactly what he said. I look at what happened in Minneapolis versus what happened in Washington, D.C. When President Trump sent the National Guard into Washington, D.C., the mayor, Mayor Muriel Bowser, supported that. She worked, her local law enforcement worked with the president, and in a short period of time, they have really been successful in reducing the amount of crime in Washington, D.C. That was a big success. Fast forward to where we are in Minneapolis. We have a governor, an attorney general, and a mayor of Minneapolis who are getting people jacked up, trying to get them, convinced that this is, some type of illegal raid, that all their lives are threatened, and they've got all these white liberals coming in, trying to run over ICE, trying to, spray them and do everything to disrupt. And if I were President Trump, I would almost think about, okay, if the mayor and the governor are going to put our ICE officials in harm's way, and there's a chance of losing more, innocent lives or whatever, then maybe go to another city and let the people of Minneapolis decide, do we want to continue to have all of these illegals? Are we going to allow our governor, attorney general, and mayor to get away with this? And I think the people of Minnesota would rebel against their leadership, because it's very clear that a majority of Americans want the criminal illegals apprehended, and that's what ICE is trying to do.
Do we know that ICE saw the gun? Do we know that it was visible? Or was this a guy with a camera recording the incident, and knowing that he was armed, they learned that later? Do we know that?
We don't know. I'm like you and every other American. I've watched that video dozens of times in slow motion. I've tried to determine whether he actually pulled a gun out or not. Yeah, I don't know. I just know that the situation's bad there. On one hand, there are thousands of criminal illegals in Minnesota, because that was a sanctuary city and a sanctuary state. The majority of Minnesotans, in my opinion, want them apprehended and sent back to where they came from. But on the other hand, I think this situation is only going to get worse. And I really think that there are so many cities in the United States that have issues with criminal illegals that I think they would be better received in other cities. And I hope that's something they're talking about doing right now, because, Minneapolis isn't the only city. And if the local officials and the governor and attorney general are going to put federal agents' lives in danger with all the protesters and getting everybody fired up, trying to go there and disrupt ICE, then I think that's a decision they're going to have to make.
Well, we played a soundbite earlier from Governor Tim Walz, who told residents to make sure to film ICE agents. And I imagine that this individual had taken that directive and was filming ICE agents. But Congressman, I want to move on, because last week we saw—
You're going to see his phone, see what he was recording.
And he said that President Trump, quote, willfully broke the law. He blasted the DOJ's retribution in the second term. Your reaction to what you heard from Jack Smith, and where does your investigation stand in terms of his Arctic Frost investigation into Trump and his supporters?
Well, look, Jack Smith can say whatever he wants, but he failed to prove that there were any crimes committed. And the tactics that we saw he did, he didn't have the authority to subpoena the phones of members of Congress. He violated and abused his power as a special counsel. So look, I think it's very clear that Jack Smith failed. That Jack Smith was doing this for one reason. That was political purposes. He was put in there by a corrupt Biden administration, by a corrupt Attorney General Merrick Garland for one purpose, and that's to try to harm Donald Trump, to prevent Donald Trump from being elected president of the United States. This was all political, and I think the American people have seen it.
That's true.
And look, I think that Jack
It was
Smith showed
very political.
the world that he never had the evidence. And he abused his power. Anybody that watched that hearing tweeted out that Jack Smith should be convicted. Well, that's going to be his Department of Justice that's going to have to do that. I think the House Judiciary Committee did all it could do and got him to come forward and not only did a deposition, but also came back and did a public hearing. So if that's the direction that the Department of Justice was there for one reason, that's political purposes.
Congressman, you also in the House have taken a step closer to referring the Clintons, Bill and Hillary, for criminal charges. Why?
Well, they failed to comply with a lawful subpoena, and the majority of Democrats on the House Oversight Committee agreed with all the Republicans that they are not above the law and they should be in contempt. We'll be putting on that for the full House next week, and I expect every Republican and a bunch of Democrats to vote for that.
All right, we'll be watching that next week. Congressman, thanks very much for being here. Chairman James Comer. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno.
Yeah, it's put the Clintons in jail. Throw their asses in jail. I have a +1. It's about the ICE. I think that's very important for us to watch because there's like over 200, I think it's, 200 million plus facing heavy snow, sleet, and freezing rain. It's a bad night for a lot of people. We already have a plane crash. Let me see if there's any. No, there's nothing on that. We'll get more news on that tomorrow. For sure, tomorrow. I'll definitely have more news on that plane crash, which was very sad. I wonder who's on that plane, who was on that plane. But let's watch this from ABC.
And deadly winter storm. More than 200 million Americans are facing heavy snow, sleet, freezing rain, and dangerously cold air. The storm is causing unprecedented travel disruptions. More than 11,000 flights were canceled today alone. In this Kentucky neighborhood, freezing rain is coating roads with sheets of ice. And across the South, more than 1 million Americans are without power. And this was a scene of a pileup after a crash on a Missouri State highway. A truck on top of a car. We'll have more on Minneapolis in a moment, and Lee Goldberg is standing by with the forecast. But first, ABC's Janae Norman leads us off from Boston, a city that could get more than 20 inches of snow. Janae.
Lindsay, it is a nasty storm. We are here in Boston along the northern edge of this nearly 2,000-mile-long monster storm. The wind is blowing. This snow is still coming down, and it is forecast, Lindsay, to continue falling through tomorrow morning.
Tonight, a colossal winter storm stretching from New Mexico to Maine, bringing heavy snow, sleet, and freezing rain. More than 200 million people impacted by the monster storm and frigid temperatures. At least 20 governors declaring a state of emergency.
We're New Englanders. We're tough, right? I mean, we're used to snow. We're used to ice. We weather it all. Visibility is going to be terrible. So stay off the roads.
More than 11,000 flights canceled today, already 2,000 for tomorrow. Washington's Reagan National reporting airlines canceled all today's scheduled flights. The historic winter storm wreaking havoc on highways. Icy roads causing multiple semi-trucks to jackknife off roads in Mississippi. This delivery truck careening into the median on Interstate 22. The freezing temperatures coating power lines in thick ice. More than 1 million customers without power across the South. Our Victor Oquendo in Nashville.
This is the James Robertson Parkway, a main thoroughfare in Nashville. These trees that line the parkway, frozen. All of this ice weighing down these limbs, bringing them crashing onto the road.
Up and down the East Coast, an urgent effort is underway on millions of miles of roadways. Our Alex Perche is in Virginia.
Here in Virginia, we have seen emergency crews like this working around the clock to keep these roads clean. The Virginia Department of Transportation says they have 129,000 miles of road to deal with.
In the Northeast, Boston and parts of New England bracing for close to 2 feet of snow. Philadelphia and New York getting more snow than they've seen in several years. Some areas seeing that snow now turning to sleet. Winds in New York City gusting over 30 miles per hour at times. More than 2,500 city sanitation workers working around the clock to clear the streets. Mayor Mamdani telling New Yorkers to stay home and offering his deepest condolences to the families of the 5 people found dead outside. Mamdani saying their deaths are being investigated.
And Lindsay, here in Boston, these snowdrifts already piling up as the storm is intensifying. Snow is forecast to fall about 3 inches per hour, Lindsay, through the night here.
Serious snowfall. Janae, thank you.
Okay. I had to send a message out to my sister. She was asking me how it was here, and I showed her the before and after. She's like, holy shit. That's a lot. And we were talking real quick about she mentioned just like there's all kinds of conspiracy theories about weather being geoengineered. I wonder, I should tell her about my show, right? I have over 1,000 uploaded videos on YouTube. Congratulations to me. Yay. And damn, I've been here for 3 hours and 21 minutes. That's crazy. But congratulations to me. Over 1,000, man. That's a lot of uploads, 1,000 uploads up to YouTube. That should be a reward in itself. Holy shit. But and I wrote back to her, lots of spraying in the skies here. They were spraying for the past 2 days, not normal, and the snow feels like if it feels fake, like table salt. That's what I wrote to her, because it does. It feels like table salt. Like it's very like I gotta do a video so I can show you guys. I'm gonna go outside and I'm gonna do a video, and then I'm gonna put it in my shorts, my YouTube shorts, you nasties. But I'm gonna go to the car and I'm gonna pick up and I'm gonna show you guys. It's like it's like fake. It feels fake. It like snow. I've been through snowstorms before. This is more like it just feels weird. It doesn't feel normal. What is normal anymore? Everything's all upside down. What's good is bad and what's bad is good. And we're down to the last show of the night. So that's for Jason A tonight. So let's set this up and let's watch.
Good speech. We got great reviews. I can't believe it. We got good reviews in that speech. Usually they say he's a horrible dictator type person. I'm a dictator. But sometimes you need a dictator. But they didn't say that in this case. And no, it's common sense. It's all based on common sense. It's not conservative or liberal or anything else. It's mostly, let's say 95% common sense. And that's what we have. So I just want to thank everybody for being here. It's such an honor. And if we can ever help, you're going to let me know. And I have a pretty direct line.
Pope Leo XIV is currently weighing an invitation from President Trump to join the Board of Peace. The Vatican's Secretary of State saying, quote, the Pope has received an invitation and we are considering what to do. It will be something that requires a bit of time for consideration before giving a response. By accepting, the Vatican would join the ranks of 25 countries that have reportedly signed on to help oversee the Gaza peace plan and work to end conflicts around the world. Wouldn't look good for the Pope to turn down the peace board, but let's see what happens.
President Trump, though, has said publicly that kind of took a broader approach, saying a bold new approach to resolving global conflict. That's the goal of the board. And that has some of the nations invited worried that maybe he's trying to use the Board of Peace to replace the United Nations. France, for instance, has said that it won't join the board. Russia, the EU, Britain, they're considering it. So there's a lot of caution to this new Board of Peace. And as you mentioned, 10 nations on board, but 60 were invited.
Oh, wow. Okay. 60 were invited.
All right, President Trump's proposed Board of Peace to supervise the rebuilding of Gaza is expected to be signed by world leaders in Davos this week, but there are some growing concerns over who will be part of the president's board exactly. His list of invitees includes Vladimir Putin and also Volodymyr Zelensky. But at least one world leader has already declined. That is French President Emmanuel Macron.
On top of it all, he invited Putin to join. Putin, our alleged enemy who's about to annex Greenland if we don't do it first, he's now inviting Putin to join the peace committee, the peace board. It just makes no sense, and it'll go away after he's no longer president. I think it'd be very imprudent for any foreign leader to join.
Does it make no sense, or does it make perfect sense given who Donald Trump is and what he wants to do? There's concerns that he wants to basically set up a rival or a replacement to the United Nations, except he's going to control it.
Well, that could very well be his personal preferences. That's a good point. Whenever I think about foreign policy, I think about the American national interests. I don't think about Trump's personal interests. And that, that's what the reporting says. He wants an alternative to the United Nations. But let's just be clear. If we're going it alone, we're acting like a unilateral imperialist all over the world. Who is going to want to join a club with us, with President Trump or Mr. Trump, if it's after his presidency? Nobody's going to want to play with us. Nobody's going to want to be on our team. And that's why this will be much ado about nothing. Not necessarily right now. Right now, there's going to be coercion. Bullies get their way in the short term. But in the long term, nobody's going to want to be a part of this. And by the way, I want to remind everybody, we may be pulling out of the United Nations, right? Trump just did that a couple of weeks ago.
In his effort to build a peace council as part of the oversight for the Gaza ceasefire plan, Donald Trump has invited world leaders from every corner of the globe. The latest report is that the President of the United States has invited more than 60 countries to participate in the council. Among them is the Holy See. This news was announced by Cardinal Parolin during a recent event. We have also received the invitation to the Peace Council for Gaza. The Pope has received it, and we are seeing what to do. We are looking into it in depth. I believe it is an issue that requires some time to be considered and to give a response. Each country would have to contribute $1 billion to secure a seat on the council. And although the Holy See has received an invitation, Parolin made it clear that the Vatican will not make financial contributions. We are not even in a position to do so. Obviously, we find ourselves in a different situation from that of other countries, so it will be a different assessment, but I believe the request will not be to participate financially. In any case, the invitation comes in the midst of growing tension between the United States and Europe. Parolin emphasized that the Holy See's primary role would be to open paths of dialogue on the controversial points.
It really seems to be right now very, very murky, I have to tell you. The initial understanding here in this region is that the Board of Peace was supposed to be, as you said, overseeing the operations of the technocratic new administrative government inside Gaza. But when you look at what the Board of Peace appears to be offering leaders, in addition to demanding a $1 billion investment in a slush fund that Trump alone would run, it doesn't even mention Gaza. And so the understanding is that Trump is attempting single-handedly to put in place something that his advisors, Steve Bannon and Miller, have suggested,
like to know.
which is basically,
Curious.
without openly
Who are
saying
the
so,
two
to
watching?
replace the UN or significant parts of the
I
UN.
just did a video
and that is why
that is
France,
going to
in
be
its
really good. And I'm
response,
going to put it in my
mentioned
shorts.
that it continues to believe in the UN Charter. That may have
And,
irritated Donald Trump himself
pretty
or
crazy.
some of his advisors. But regionally, we really do not know how this could operate, how this may come into being. Prime Minister Netanyahu has said he's been invited, but he hasn't shown any of these letters like other leaders have.
It's not real.
And today, we found out through Jackie Houli, the Haaretz correspondent, the Israeli newspaper correspondent, that Israel seems to be preventing the entry into Israel of this Palestinian technocratic governance commission. And if that in fact is the case, that would mean that nothing here has changed, no matter the U.S.
And it's still windy outside.
announcements and declarations. It would mean that this Board of Peace is not yet constituted. It's not
Snow's
apparently
collecting off from the
accepted
roof.
by many
They got a lot of snow
crucial
on the roof.
countries in the region and far
They got a
away.
lot of blowing
Plus, the
snow.
Palestinian subcommission, let's say, supposed to be actually running Gaza, is not even being allowed any access to the territory.
Noga, it's also controversial, isn't it, about which more local countries to where you are there, including Israel, you mentioned it a moment ago, will actually be on this board.
That's right. And I'm glad you asked that, because that is another kind of mini bomb awaiting us. President Trump, as we've seen, has invited basically whoever he wanted: Pakistan, Kazakhstan, all manner of countries that he considers allied to him personally. Among those countries, he already announced that the foreign minister of Qatar and the vice president, if I'm not mistaken, the foreign minister of Turkey, excuse me, and a top official from Qatar would be on this board. This put Prime Minister Netanyahu in quite a bit of hot water over the weekend, because he has promised his ministers, who are very, very extremist right-wing, and the citizens of Israel, that Qatar and Turkey, Qatar in particular as the top sponsor of Hamas that attacked Israel in 2023, would have no role whatsoever, zero, in the future of Gaza. He also promised them that Hamas would be completely demolished and cease to exist, and many other such promises, all of which Trump appears to be ignoring. But the matter of Qatar and Turkey, and even surprisingly Egypt, with which Israel has a peace treaty, have become controversial. Yesterday, Netanyahu said in a statement that there would be no Turkish and Qatari soldiers, boots on the ground in Gaza. To my knowledge, no one has ever suggested that, and the matter remains that top Qatari and Turkish officials apparently will have an important role in guiding matters in Gaza. All of this is still very much, I would say, an ungelled proposal.
You know, I mean, everything, it's just, we're living in weird times, very unique times. I just tested the snow because I had a couple of snow. I had some snow come in because these windows that they installed here suck. They're not the greatest, they're like the worst. And I took video because I'm going to show it to the management. But none of that, I felt the snow and it felt fake. It didn't even feel real. Like it felt so weird, that snow. I wish you guys could see. Like I grabbed a piece and it came out like a chunk, like a little brick. I go, snow doesn't act like this. Snow doesn't come out like a little brick like that. I mean, it just felt weird. I wish you guys could feel the snow. I don't know if Terry is still here. Who's here watching? Or Albie's here. Go outside and feel the snow. Like, touch the snow. And how does it feel to you? Because over here, it feels very weird. Yeah, I understand it's fluffy and stuff, but they've been spraying a lot. I'm talking about for the past 2 days, they've been spraying like crazy here in Connecticut. And the fact that 2 days before a big snow event to happen, and then they're forcing the snow to even pour more down, because our numbers were supposed to be like 11 inches, and then it jumped from 11 to like 20, like 18 to 20. That's a big difference. You know, that's like a whole, like half a foot more. So like the snow just doesn't feel real. It just feels, I don't know. I felt snow before, and I've been through snow fights. I grew up with snow, and now just touching that, it feels so artificial. This, you know what this snow feels like when they make the fake snow for the skiing, when they go, because you could go tubing. That's what it felt like. It felt like that fake artificial, like made snow. It doesn't feel real. Like, did they force this upon us? Like this, they knew that they had an opportunity to cause this type of havoc, and they made the order, because this could be part of a dossier. This could really handicap us for a while, because this is affecting a lot of people. We're getting the snow event of it, but there's people that are suffering right now from the ice. You know, people they lost power. They're going to be out of power for a long period of time. And if people have like medical devices and so forth, like the seniors, this is a really horrible event that could be happening. The last time we had a crazy event like this, over 250 people died. So don't get it twisted. This can kill people. And the cold is, it's really cold and it's very windy. Like here, it's like, what's the temperature here? We're at 14 degrees right now. It's 14 degrees and it feels like 0. So it feels like 0. We're in a little low from the snow. It kind of like, it looks like in the radar, there's like a little low, meaning there's no snow, but I can see it's very windy, and I think the snow that's on the roof is coming downwards and it's slamming against my window. So that's how it's accumulating the snow, like, and a lot of snow keeps coming into my fucking place. It's pissing me off. But yeah, I could build my own little snowman. I want to build my own little snowman. I should do that. I'm gonna try to build with this fake snow because it's that fake. Like you could pack it in, but it's like you can make a snowball out of it, but it just feels weird. It doesn't, like, it's the texture of it. You know, it's gonna drive me crazy. Drive me crazy. And I don't feel like I want to end the show yet. I feel like I want to see one more thing. There's like one more thing to watch. There's always one more thing to watch. Let's go with this one. It's based on the snow event that's going on right now. So I'm just opening it up. It's a brand new feed that just came in. Let me see. And they're talking about Connecticut. Connecticut, look, heavy snow trumps Connecticut. Wind gusts up to 35 miles per hour, and the storm moves out. So it's basically, it kicked Connecticut's ass. It dumped a lot of snow in Connecticut. Like, I'm telling you, they've been spraying here like crazy. I have pictures. I have 2 pictures that I took. And you can see like the crisscross of the spray. And it was early in the morning. This was like, those pictures were taken at about 6:55 in the morning. Yeah, about 6:55 in the morning. I took those pictures, and there's 2 pictures that I took. Maybe I could upload it and show it to you guys. I'll work on that as I build this first. I want to build a snowman, and then I want you guys to see this video. It's about a 5-minute long video, which is good enough. About what's going on, and this is very serious. This is going to put a lot of people's lives on the line, because you got to understand, a lot of these rescue crews cannot reach you if there's about an inch of ice on the ground. They're just not going to be able to get to you, and that's scary, because if you're having a heart attack or some kind of medical event, you're in trouble. You're in trouble, and you can't just get in the car and just run to the hospital, because you're going to get yourself in an accident, because there's just ice everywhere. So this is a really dangerous time right now. I hope everyone's staying safe at home. I hope everyone is not having a medical event, but if you are, oh man, I feel for you, because they're not going to be able to go out to you. So let's go ahead and watch this. I'm going to build a snowman. And yeah, it's that type of night. But it's fake. It's the snow, it's fake. I wish I could show you guys. Oh, I think I can. Let me show from my phone. Oh, I could do this. I could do this. I know I could do this. Let me see if I could set it up first. Let me set it up first. Because I want to build myself. I want to build a snowman. And I know I had a little brain fart. I was supposed to do something else, but Oh well. My brain is working 1,000 miles per hour, and my candles are turning off. And I'm gonna put new candles and leave them on for the next few hours because that's where I'm getting the nice warmth. It really warmed up my area here. I feel more comfortable and warmer. But a lot of my tea light candles are turning off. That's not a good thing. No, and I got enough tea light candles. That's a smart thing that I do. Every month I go to IKEA and I buy about anywhere between 7 packs to 10 packs of tea light candles. Each pack contains 100 tea light candles. So I usually buy anywhere between 700 to 1,000 tea light candles for the show for per month. I wish I had a sponsor that would help pay the tea light candles. That would be great, right? Besides the show fees that I have to pay, because this is not free. This comes out of pocket. But I put tea light candles because it's part of the show. It brings the warmth. It brings good energy. Like even when I turn off the lights, because maybe I'll turn off the lights and continue the show because I don't have to do anything or get out early tomorrow. I could sleep in tomorrow, so I could have a little late night tonight. I wanted to do a short show, but fuck it. Let's see who won the game. Oh, Seattle is in the Super Bowl. So we got the New England Patriots versus the Seattle Seahawks, where these are the two top teams of the NFL. You got the Seahawks representing the AFC and the New England Patriots representing the AFC. This is going to be a great matchup, great game. The weather's probably going to be great for the Super Bowl. Hopefully they don't get crazy rains. That'll be crazy, right? If they get like a rainstorm and they fucks up the Super Bowl, that'll be great. I would like to see Bad Bunny get fried up by the microphone. Imagine he gets electrocuted in the halftime show. That would be awesome. Trump will love it. I know he would. He'll start dancing. He was like this. And Bad Bunny's like, and Trump's like this. But yes, Seattle made it to the Super Bowl. So congratulations to the Seattle Seahawks for making it, this is going to be the Democratic Bowl because that's what it is. It's all Democratic teams. You know what I mean? You got the Boston team. That's a super Democratic. And Seattle, which is like the super like Democratic team. And all the teams are basically Democratic teams. So it's like, if I was going to pick out of the both, I mean, Seattle has a really good team. They got a really good defensive team, good quarterback. But New England can pull it off. They just really sucked today because the weather was horrible. That AFC game, the AFC Championship game, that second half, it was like two different games. The first half, you had the dry game, which is like a horrible offense, which was the Denver. The quarterback was pretty slow to get going, but had a really nice throw for a 52-yard touchdown pass that they got on the board first with 7-0, but then New England came back and they scored. And then there was this weird play that the Broncos quarterback threw, like he I don't know what he was trying to do, but he threw the ball backwards, ended up throwing the ball backwards, and the New England Patriots picked up the ball and should have scored, and they did score, but the referees had blown the whistle, but then they, came to a conclusion that New England picked up the ball. It was a fumble, and the Patriots ended up kicking a field goal, and they went into halftime. It was 10-7, and that was the game. No, actually, I think it was 7-7 or something like that, and then they ended up 10-7. And that was the game, because that was the end of the score, because literally that second half was just all fucking snow. They were sliding all over the place. It seemed like they were handicapped. Both teams were, and the Patriots lucked out and won the game. So congratulations to them. They have a really tough opponent for the Super Bowl with the Seahawks. A lot of people are going to hype it up. They are the two best teams in the NFL. I think they both have matchy records, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check the pyramid scoring here. So the brackets. Yep, they're both 14-3. They're both are 14-3. They're both of them are the best two teams in the NFL. And I don't know. Who would you pick? Who would you pick to win the Super Bowl? It's I mean, this is the first time. I'm not sure if this is the first. Yeah, I think Sam Darnold. I think this is his first Super Bowl, and so is the Patriots quarterback. I think this is also his first Super Bowl. Yeah, so big difference on both games. One was a high scoring game, Seattle 31, Rams 27, and the Patriots 10 and Broncos 7. So it's the number 2 team based on schedule, because the Broncos they were tied, but they lost to the Patriots today, so it makes the Patriots number 1 team in the AFC. And the Seahawks are the number 1 team in the AFC. So Super Bowl's gonna be interesting. Bad Bunny, hope you don't get electrocuted. I know he's Puerto Rican like I am, but he's just a weird fucking Puerto Rican. I mean, I heard he was gonna have a dress for the Super Bowl. He was gonna gay it up at the Super Bowl, and I don't think that's appropriate for the direction the country is heading. I mean, we're trying to progress and not stay stagnant. And that's basically what they want, to stay stagnant. Let me go ahead. Oh yeah, I was gonna post the pictures. Let me post the pictures. I just remembered. I just had a little brain fart, but then I remembered. That happens. Don't you hate when that happens? Have those little brain farts. Let's see if I can. I should be able to upload both of them. So I really want to show those pictures first before I build my snowman with that fake ass snow. I can't believe that. I just touched it. I'm like, what the fuck? That shit's doesn't even feel real. It's windy as fuck outside. I hope it that's why I'm scared that it's drifting all that snow on this section here and it's gonna bury my car. That's the last thing I want to fucking happen is to just have my car fucking buried. Even though I'll get help. I'll get the maintenance people to come and help me. Fuck that. They know already. I don't play that. They usually help me. They always help me, actually. They're really cool people. Let me find the pictures because I have them here. And there are 2 different days when I took this picture. Okay, here you go. Let's see if I got that up. Oh Lord. Yeah, StreamYard's been having problems with the uploads, man. It's been driving me fucking crazy. They're having issues. This happened earlier when I tried to upload the other pictures. It was like, oh, it's taking too long. And I just pressed the button to upload it. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, what's going on here? Let's see, where? It's just... Okay. I hope I could get it up here. Like, it's not doing it. It's not letting it. For some reason, it's just not. Let me see if I could figure out a way to do it. StreamYard, you guys are just like the worst. You're the worst. I tell you, I'm not paying for next month. I'm gonna tell them too. Document all their problems and then show it to them. Say, look, man, y'all fucked up my show too many damn times. Trying to find these pictures is just like sometimes it's like it hides from me. Yeah, because it blends in with the other pictures. Let me see if it uploads. All right, sorry I'm rambling here. So let's get to the weather. That I want you guys to see. Now, and I'm gonna go build my snowman.
All right, we're going to head down to the south now, where there's been a devastating ice storm down in parts of Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Tennessee, just to name a few places. It does look like Mississippi kind of took the worst of it. I mean, look at some of this damage here. This is outrageous. And, you know, it's one thing to forecast this, and you're trying to get people to get the idea of what it's actually going to look like if an inch of ice falls out of the sky. And this is what it is. So, I mean, just take it in. This is something to learn from, because this is unbelievably devastating. All right, Oxford, Mississippi, obviously a place where you cannot be driving around right now. I want to go out to Sydney Van Dillen. All right, now, I know everybody's just been saying you're Bob Van Dillen's daughter. I just care that you're Sydney Van Dillen, for the record, okay?
Yes.
SVD.
Yeah.
So, like, how are the roads? How are the sidewalks? I imagine there's just power outages all over the place. Is this the worst ice storm you've been in?
Yeah, I mean, I've been to Colorado a few times, and there's
Oh, my
definitely
ears are
ice there, but
popping.
this is just different. Like, there's no
Oh,
snow. It's just
that was
strictly
weird
ice, and
sound.
a lot of the dorms, like
My
there's maybe
ear
one or two
like
dorms that I
dropped
know
like
that
the
have
pressure,
power.
and I felt it
Everything
come
else
out
is like
through the
pitch
right,
black, and the power,
and it
like,
was going
they
like
have generators,
like
but
making
none
a
of the
static
outlets
sound.
work. So, like, you can't charge your phone, you can't use the
Wow,
microwave.
that was,
It's
whatever that
definitely
was. That
not
was
ideal over
strong.
here. And
That was a
they have
strong
no
energy
idea. They don't
pulse.
have an update on when they think it'll be back up.
Like
But
my
they've
ear
opened the
went like
student union
both
behind me so that you
ears.
can charge your phone and like get in there to get warm.
Wow, that's
But that's
wild.
like, that's pretty much all there is right now.
Yeah, I mean, I've lived through a Mississippi ice storm before. It was the one back in 2022 or 23, I think it was. And it's fun until it's not. And I think right now, unfortunately, Oxford dealing with the not fun effects of this with no power. School officially at least closed for tomorrow. Have you heard any news on how long closures may be? I think in my instance, it was closed for an entire week.
Right. I mean, people are speculating definitely like this whole week will be shut down. But they're for sure until Tuesday. So they shut down until Tuesday. I guess they're expected to come back on Wednesday, but we highly doubt that. Yeah. At least that's kind of the word around the street here. But it's really bad. I mean, people are walking everywhere because you can't really drive. Like, if you have a really big truck, I guess that's fine to go around in, but it's very dangerous for sure.
Sydney, do you feel like people were surprised by this? Because you hear a forecast, half an inch up to an inch of ice. I feel as though a lot of people maybe discounted that it could be this bad. I mean, no one expects class to get canceled potentially for a week. Right. Did folks around campus expect it to be as bad as it was?
No, not at all. I mean, me and all my friends, like, we all bought these like frozen meals to cook in the microwave, and now we can't even use microwaves. So it's like we're kind of at a loss here. We don't really know what to do. Everyone's
You guys
really
are
shocked.
airheads.
Like, everyone's shocked. Some people
You guys are going to school
about it and like went to Georgia,
What a waste
or, like,
of money.
other surrounding states. But
Let me
the
go
people
build
that
a
stayed here, like
snowman.
me, we're just as shocked as everyone
I
else.
only laughed because your dad was telling the story about sending the family text out, and your brother went to the store and picked up like a couple of power bars and some Gatorade.
Yes.
What is that text message in the lead up to a storm like this, which has been dramatic and high impact for a big swath of the country? What does a text from BVD Bob Van Dillen look like in advance of something like this?
It's like, hey, make sure to send me videos. Get some sweats. Let's see how it looks. I mean, if he's not worried, then I'm not worried. He hasn't been too worried because, like, I don't know. He knows that I kind of know what to do because I've grown up with him, and like I've heard about what to do in these situations. So I'm okay. I'm not worried either. But I've definitely called him, and he told me to fill up my tank with gas in case if I need to charge my phone, which was very helpful. But just things like that.
Sydney, I got to tell you, I have 3 young daughters, and you've just given me something to work toward with the weather knowledge and just like knowing things as well as you do. So listen, we appreciate the time. I know you're probably tied up out there with. I know it's cold outside too.
It's very cold out here.
Listen, real quick before we let you go though, I know you're talking about a lot of areas that have generators. Have you been to parts of town where maybe you've seen some places that don't have generators? Do you know how people are kind of handling that situation? That's one thing I've been wondering.
Yeah, so I've only been to like maybe 2 restaurants. I've seen 2 restaurants that have generators and they are packed. Like the Waffle House and it's called El Charro. It's like very packed. It's a Mexican restaurant. That's where I went earlier today with my friends. But the other places, I mean, it's just like a ghost town.
Yeah. I mean, if I know one thing, there's 2 staples in a Mississippi town. It's the Mexican restaurant and it's the Waffle House, and they will stay open no matter what if they possibly can. So the fact that those are both open, at least that means that it's not worst case scenario for the state of Mississippi, but certainly going to be a rough go for the next week. Sydney, thanks so much for joining us out of Oxford, Mississippi.
Of course. Of course. Have a good one.
You too. Thank you.
All right. I'm trying to build a snowman. It's this snow is so fucking fake. It's hard to build a snowman, but I'm working on it. If you can hear me, just let me know in the chat. But I am determined to make this happen with this fake ass snow. I'm gonna actually do an experiment with it. I'm gonna burn it to see if it melts or if it catches on fire. I really want to know because it feels fake as fuck. Like I made a snowman. Like I gotta like I don't know how I'm gonna do this, but I'm gonna see if I can make it work. I hope everyone's safe tonight. I hope every guys having a good night tonight. Here dealing with this damn snow. Weird ass snow, bioengineered snow, fake ass snow. Like even the snowballs, I made it into a snowball, and it feels fake. It feels fake. Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta grab something. I gotta take a picture of my fake snowman. It's like it's fake, man. I gotta take a picture of it, but I'm having problems with StreamYard at this moment. I can't upload anything to it yet. I'm gonna make a fake ass snowman here. It looks cute though. Damn, I did a good job. I wish I could do the eyes, but I don't have anything to put it for the eyes. It's okay. It's a half-ass snowman. We just call him half-ass snowman. Let's see if I could take a picture of it. There you go. Just take a picture. 1, 2. Wow, you look nice. I did a cute little snowman. But it's fake snow. Actually, let me test it. Let me get a lighter. I got plenty of those. I got the torch and I got a regular lighter. So I'm gonna go first with. Where's the torch? Oh, I have the torch here. Just doing a little experiment here. Let me make it nice and big here so I can see that. You hear me? Yeah, you hear me. Let me burn this snowman. See if it melts. Let me record it on my phone so you guys could see. We're doing a little experiment here. Oh, this thing is not burning. Uh-oh. Let's let me see with the regular lighter. It's not even melting. It's melting, but it's like, it's weird. Oh, wait, I have to show you guys this. This is great for YouTube because this will get me more subscribers. So let's do this experiment here. Let's zoom out a little bit. And let's hit record. And we're live here on My MyMindoverYourMatter. We're going to do the experiment. I created a little snowman out of this fake snow that we got here in Connecticut. So, oh, even the smile fell down. Oh, well, he knows what's coming. We're going to burn him and see if it burns. Oh, no, it's not melting. It's not burning. Look at this. It's not melting. Got fire on it. Let's get a torch. How about with a torch? The torch, maybe with the torch, right? Let's start with torch. If we get the torch to start, it's really cold. Oh, there it is. The torch is on. Let's see how far we could get with the torch. It's not melting. It's not. It smells like burning. It doesn't even. It's not even melting. It smells like burnt. Like it's burning. Look. And I'm hitting it with the torch. It's not melt. It smells like fire. Like it smells like I'm like it smells like look at this. Look, regular flames. Tell me how this is not melting. Look. Explain that to me. My cute little snowman that doesn't want to melt. Look, it doesn't want to melt. Explain this to me. Help me make this make sense. It's not burning. Look, I could keep it here all day long. I can keep it there all day long. It's not melting. It's not melting. Let's go with the torch again. Look, we get a little spark. We get a little spark. Not melting. Look, at the base. I'm hitting, look, it's glowing. It's not melting. Like, help me make this make sense. Oh, I'm going to put this on YouTube Shorts. Please like and subscribe and support the channel. We need more subscribers so you guys can see fake snow doesn't melt. Doesn't melt. Like, doesn't melt. It doesn't melt. Help me make this make sense. You see the glow? You see the glow? Here's the lighter. Doesn't melt. Doesn't melt. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I did a YouTube short. 3 minutes long. 3 minutes long. I hope you guys go and watch it. It should prove my point. This is fake. The snow does not melt. It's not melting. I'm going to upload it right now on YouTube Shorts, and we're going to watch it here on My Mind Over Your Matter. How about that? We're going to do it live. Technology. I'm hyped. Now I'm mad. Now I don't want to leave the show. It's 4 hours in, and I'm up like I just drank like 20 cups of coffee. That's how mad I am right now. It did not melt the snow. Oh my God. Let me send it. Oh my God. Something's wrong with the world, man. What is going on? I cannot believe that the snow does not even melt when you put it towards like fire on it. It just didn't do nothing. I got 2 videos to upload. I even did a snowman and I tried to burn it and it didn't burn. I cannot believe that. I'm gonna repeat that study again. I'm gonna make another snowman and I'm gonna try to burn it to see if it burns. This is just ridiculous, man. I cannot fucking believe this shit. I'm just nervous because I know, like, the YouTube gods, like the people out there, they're gonna be like, I don't want that attention, but I gotta put it up there because it's evidence. Fake snow. Okay. There's 2 videos I gotta put up. There's 2. Oh, because this one I filmed this sideways. Damn, I think did I film both of them sideways? I think I did. Give me one sec. Because I gotta make sure I get this right. Okay, we're just gonna upload it. There's 2 videos I'm gonna upload right now. My watch. It's 11 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock on the dot. No, we're not singing Usher here. I cannot believe that the snow does not melt. It feels weird when I compact it because I can make it into a ball. It did not burn. I want if Terry's here, I wonder if he could do that study where he's at, or anybody else. Like if Albie's here, I want you to make a snowball and burn it to see if it melts. You know, technically, snow's supposed to melt. This snow does not melt. Now, when you hit it with fire, nope. We do got a little news from the New York, from the winter weather. I definitely want to watch that. And I'm gonna upload these videos for us to watch. Come on, like YouTube, what's going on here? You guys are fucking up the whole shit, man. I'm just so sick and tired of this thing, man. Let me make this nice and big here. Okay. Next. Fake snow from winter storm Fern, aka Winter Storm Benjamin. Gotta make sure everything else. Keep it caps. Okay. I'm gonna put part 1 of 2 series. Well, I should put part 3. I should put 3-part series because I'm gonna do another test. I'm gonna make another snowman, make it bigger, and then try to burn it with the fire to see if it melts. Because it didn't melt. I want to make it bigger. I want to try it again, just to make sure confirmation. You know, two is better than 1. Well, actually, 3 is more. I want a 3-part series. And I'm gonna upload it so you guys can see. I'm gonna title it "Fake Snow." Give me 1 second. I'm titling it right now. "Fake Snow from Winter Storm Fern, aka Winter Storm Benjamin, part 1 of 3." I should put hold on. Give me 1 second. Why is it doing that? Come on. I'm gonna put the title on the top, Connecticut. Okay. So you got Connecticut, fake snow from Winter Storm Fern, aka Winter Storm Benjamin, part 1 of 3 series. Okay. That's the name of the show. This is you see behind the scenes of me uploading a shorts here on YouTube. First time you guys seen it live. That's right. Look, I even put a bullshit on there. I put a little thinking. I put a little heart, a thumbs up, thinking, a bull, and shit behind it. And I should put the hole. I should put a hole. I should put a hole so it could go down the hole, and then eyes, because we need eyes looking. We need eyes looking. You guys gonna laugh because I'm actually doing this. And I'm putting it as the title. So let's go ahead and copy this. And then we're going to upload it right now. Think I'm playing? I ain't playing, bitch. I'm putting part 2 right now. I'm working on part 2. It's like Rick is on fire. He's uploading at the same time he's doing a live show on YouTube. Yes, bitches. Hell yeah. We're doing it. And you guys going to go and watch. And you guys going to see. Let's go ahead and make sure our settings are good here. Make sure the likes are visible. So we need to get those likes up. We need to get subscription count up. The truth shall it sets us free for sure, and shall set us free. And the fact that I built a snowman and that bitch did not melt when I hit the torch and it hit the flame from this. I have a extended lighter here and my torch, and it did not burn it did not melt the snowman. It did not melt. Something's wrong. I'm telling you, I'm uploading it right now. Let me work on the second one. The second one is 3 minutes long. So I'm gonna have to add like the picture of the snowman because I want to add the picture of the snowman. So we're gonna have to let me see how I'm gonna work this. Let's see how this is gonna work. Hold on. Oh man. I'm just reviewing what I said here before I upload. Because it's going to be uploaded. I said it live here. I just want to review it. Doesn't melt. Doesn't melt. Wow. This is damning. This is damning. I might get in trouble. I'm not suicidal. Okay. Just let you guys know that. I'm not. So, this is going to get attention. I hope it gets me subscriptions. I hope it gets the proper attention. I know I'm going to get attention from it. It's okay. It's okay. And we're oh man. You guys are gonna watch this. You guys are gonna be in for a treat. Part 2 of 3 series. So the part 2 is the long one. It's the 3 minute long. It's 3 minutes long. It's like Rick is on fire tonight. Yes, he is, because I felt the snow. It's coming in through my fucking apartment and I'm feeling it. I'm feeling this, and it feels fake. It doesn't feel real. And I'm making a snowball, and it doesn't feel like a real snowball. It feels like one of those styrofoam balls. It feels so weird, and it wouldn't melt. Fire melts ice. Last time I checked. This snow does not melt. I'm uploading it. You think I'm fucking playing? Okay, watch this, bitch. Just upload. Now it's being uploaded onto YouTube. It's gonna take a moment. And we're gonna see. Oh, the first video is up. So I could probably go to that. Give me a second. Hold on. Oh, you sexy beast. I know you want to speak. Give me a second. I'm trying to get this here. I gotta make sure my likes is. I don't know why YouTube makes it like a fucking obstacle to show your likes. They should be already showing likes. I don't know why they hide it. Like every single video, I gotta undo it, like to make it like to be able to see the likes. That's stupid. Okay, give me one sec. So open this tab. Make sure the second video is going up. First video it's already been uploaded. So haha, got it here. Let me upload it here. Let me hit pause for a second. Let me share this. Make it nice and that's the only size I could get it. I wish the shorts you can make it bigger, you know? It shouldn't be this small. You should be able to make it bigger. Okay. Let me just make sure the second video goes up. I'm going to do the third video while you guys watching some of the weather news. I'm going to make the third video while you guys watch that. And we're going to retest it again. Just for confirmation. We're going to do like a confirmation test. Okay, both videos are up. Okay, so we're going to watch the first video that I made. YouTube Shorts live here on MyMindoverYourMatter. I am playing games. You can play games with other people. Listen, I sniff you out. And I know something's up and something's up to no good. So let's go ahead and make this nice and big. And the shorts is going to end up small because you can't make it any bigger than what it is. Feels fake. This is snow. It came in through my apartment. It's been snowing like crazy. It's a lot of snow. Snow came in through here. Make it bigger than what it is. Fake. It doesn't like. It's like. I don't know. Thank God it snowed inside, so I don't have to go outside in that cold. But the snow got in. But then you can feel like even if you pick it up, look at that. It's like like a little brick. Snow doesn't act like this. When did you ever see snow? Like I just picked it up from right there. And look, what is that? That's snow? I don't know. You tell me. What do you think? Leave a comment, leave a like, and please subscribe. Thank you for watching. Fake. Fake. Look at this. Fake. Fluffy. Look. Fluff. Fluff. It's nothing but fluff. It's like table salt. It's like, look, it's nothing. Sucks, man. Bioengineering, all this engineering stuff. It's ruining the world, man. Horrible. Yay, that's my first video. Yay, what do you think about that? Now we're gonna watch the second one. Yeah, because it's uploaded and it's live. So let's go ahead and click on it. And we're live here on My Mind Over Your Matter. We're going to do an experiment. I created a little snowman out of this fake snow that we got here in Connecticut. So, oh, even the smile fell down. Oh, well, he knows what's coming. We're going to burn him and see if it burns. Oh, no, it's not melting. It's not burning. Look at this. It's not melting. Got fire on it. Let's get a torch. How about with a torch? The torch, maybe with the torch, right? Let's start with the torch. If we get the torch to start, it's really cold. Oh, there it is. The torch is on. Let's see how far we can get with the torch. It's not melting. It's not. It smells like burning. It doesn't even. It's not even melting. It smells like burnt. Like it's burning. Look. And I'm hitting it with the torch. It's not melt. It smells like fire. Like it smells like I'm like it smells like look at this. Look, regular flames. Tell me how this is not melting. Look. Explain that to me. My cute little snowman that doesn't want to melt. Look, it doesn't want to melt. Explain this to me. Help me make this make sense. It's not burning. Look, I could keep it here all day long. I could keep it there all day long. It's not melting. It's not melting. Let's go with the torch again. Look, we get a little spark. We get a little spark. Not melting. Look at the base. I'm hitting. Look, it's glowing. It's not melting. Like, help me make this make sense. Oh, I'm going to put this on YouTube Shorts. Please like and subscribe and support the channel. We need more subscribers so you guys can see fake snow doesn't melt. Doesn't melt. Look, doesn't melt. It doesn't melt. Help me make this make sense. You see the glow? You see the glow? Here's the lighter. Doesn't melt. Doesn't melt. Damn. Now, if I don't get like a million, like I don't get like a million views and at least 100,000 likes, I don't know. YouTube is suppressing the fuck out of me. But what do you guys think? I just did that live here on the show. I did that live on the show. You know, I'm gonna do part 3. I'm gonna do part 3. I'm gonna wait a little bit more snow to come in because it's blowing like crazy, and I know this is the snow that's coming from the roof. So let it all continue to come in, and I'm gonna build another snowman. No, actually not another one, but I'm gonna make it bigger. I'm gonna make it bigger and try to confirm it a little bit bigger, and then try to melt it. I'm gonna leave the lighter on it for at least 30 seconds. Right? Because I mean, if you leave your finger on the lighter for 30 seconds, you're gonna really burn yourself pretty badly, right? You end up probably having to go to the hospital because you burn your fucking finger off. Like, leave your finger for 30 seconds in the flames. Shit, you can't even leave it for a few seconds without burning it. Now, 30 seconds on the snowman, that should melt, right? It should go and just like start melting. Nope. It doesn't. So we're gonna put that to the test. I'm gonna do a shorts, right? We're all gonna be watching some of the weather that's gonna be I'm gonna be broadcasting. And then as that's broadcasting, I'll leave my microphone and I'll leave the camera on, you know, and I'll go over to and make the snowman. And then I'm gonna record it and then I'm gonna upload it for the part 3 of this experiment that I'm going with the fake snow from this winter storm, Fern / AKA Winter Storm Benjamin. I don't know. It's two names. You got the national name, and then you got the Connecticut that names these names. They've been doing it since 1972, I believe, and they're keeping up with that tradition. And this year, they're naming the systems after former presidents, from the past. So that's why we get these, these names now, Benjamin and so forth. But I'm gonna do this experiment as we watch. As I put this video here, it's about a 9-minute and 51-second video. So that gives me enough time to do my short and upload it. And then we'll watch the short after this. And then you be the judge. You let me know. Leave a comment. I really encourage people to leave comments. Leave what you think, what you believe it is. I know they've been spraying like crazy. That's why the snow does not melt. It's because they put these chemicals into this like fake ass snow, and now the snow does not melt. Help me make that make sense. I don't get it. But we're gonna go ahead and show this video, and I'm gonna conduct my experiment. So without further ado, let's watch.
On the 10 o'clock news.
Now at 10, you might have had enough, but it is far
Time to do the video.
snow, freezing rain and sleet all on the radar still. And this is what it looks like on the ground outside, a mix of snow and now sleet and ice. The dangerous conditions extending well into tomorrow. We're helping you prepare for the morning commute with all the snow, ice, and slushy mess that is accumulating on the ground. Good evening, and thank you for being with us. I'm Arthur Chien. The wind chill is going to make it feel, once again, like it is a lot colder outside. We're talking the teens tonight with all that ice forming. The morning commute could be downright treacherous. We have Fox 5 live team coverage this evening with the city. From the city to the suburbs, and we begin with the latest on the storm itself and what tomorrow is going to look like. For that, meteorologist Audrey Puente joins us now. And Audrey, we're not out of the woods, huh?
That not just yet, Arthur. We still have a winter storm warning in effect for the entire tri-state area right through 1 p.m. tomorrow. We are seeing conditions kind of lighten up across parts of the area right now. However, on the backside of the system, we could see additional snowfall to what we already have experienced. And here's the latest snowfall totals we've gotten into the Weather Center. 14.5 inches out of Bridgeport, Connecticut, 13.8 in Wilton. Norwalk came in at 12.5 inches, Greenwich at 11, and 10.5 inches being found in Stamford. Up towards Orange County and Stockholm, we had not Orange County, over towards in New Jersey, we had 17 inches there. Leonia came in at 14.7. Wayne came in at 14 inches. Boonton at 11.8. Harrison came in at 9.7.
Right,
now, up towards Chester, which is in Orange County, of course, 15.3 inches there. Congers, 14.2. Setauket out on Long Island, 13.5 inches in Central Park. We actually broke a record here.
Need the lighter and the torch.
6 inches. We also broke records out at LaGuardia, JFK, and over at Newark Liberty Airport, too. A look at the radar now shows that we still have snow falling here across parts of the Hudson Valley, into Connecticut, and into northwest New Jersey, too. We're getting a little bit
of 3 different lighters.
Parts of the area, but we're still not out of the woods just yet. We also have an icy mix being found here in the area shaded in pink, and we do have rain sitting just offshore. But I want to go up to the Hudson Valley first. The darker shaded tones in and around Kingston, around Ulster and Dutchess counties. That's showing us that we have steady, moderate snowfall here. So this is where we're still going to add to the accumulations that we've already seen. And a lot of the places in this part of the tri-state area have already received at least a foot of snow. Here in northern New Jersey, we're getting a little bit of a break for now, but we still have the chance of a couple of more snow showers overnight and into early tomorrow morning. Icing, big threat and big concern here across Long Island. You can see it encompassing all of Suffolk County, all the way out to Montauk Point. So be careful. It's very dangerous when you have icy weather across the region. Same thing's been happening across central New Jersey, too. Getting a little bit of a break now at the Jersey Shore, but in the western part of the state, we still have icy conditions. So as we go through the rest of the night, we're seeing the moisture begin to taper off, but we still have the chance of a couple of snow showers tomorrow.
Time to do the experiment.
And that will be problematic as we go into the week. I'll have the details coming up. Arthur?
All right, thanks
there
so
much,
much, Audrey. Now, Audrey talks about tomorrow. New York City public school students are hoping for a snow day, and they won't have to go to school in person. Instead, they will have a remote learning day. Catholic schools, however, in the Archdiocese of New York will get a snow day. For the latest on how the city is faring tonight and during the storm, we go out to our Meredith Gorman. She is live in Times Square tonight. How's it going, Meredith?
Hey, Arthur. Yeah, that light, fluffy snow that fell earlier today is long gone. There was some sleet. Now we're in a little bit of a lull where there's not many snowflakes falling, but this snow is a lot different. It's a lot heavier on your feet and wet, kind of sticky compared to how it was earlier. The sidewalks are slick. We've actually seen a couple of people wipe out in this Times Square area. I almost was one of them, but the city didn't wait until the snow started falling to get ready for this storm. Crews were out days ago pre-salting highways and major roads with sanitation starting as early as 6 Friday morning. Because of this storm, New York City public schools are closed for in-person learning tomorrow, and plenty of students didn't miss a beat. As of this morning, more than 160,000 students and 77,000 teachers are already logged on remotely. Now, city leaders also focus on emergency response. For the first time during a winter storm, every FDNY ambulance on the road is four-wheel drive, helping crews reach medical calls faster in dangerous conditions. And the mayor says this storm is expected to bring more than just snow, urging New Yorkers to stay alert as conditions continue to change throughout the night.
Since last night, over 2,500 sanitation workers have been deployed on every single 12-hour shift, laying down salt. To give you an idea, the first snowfall landed at Staten Island this morning at 5 a.m. By 5:10 a.m., sanitation had already started spreading salt citywide.
You should melt it.
Yes, some people did choose to stay indoors today, but plenty of people went out in New York City in the snow. Times Square has been full of people walking around tonight. Let's hear from some of them about why they chose to go out and brave these elements.
Hit it with this lighter.
First time dealing with snow, so it's pretty cool, but at the same time, it delayed my flight.
If I could get it to light.
It's kind of iffy, but it's been cold.
Get it to light.
It's pretty magical.
Look at that. It doesn't want to light the lighter. Oh, there it goes.
And it's warmer than it is in Chicago.
That doesn't want to work.
But the snow
Let's go back to the big one.
What a fabulous time in the city for like New
York. They don't want to work now.
It's perfect.
There
It's
you go.
absolutely perfect.
Just leave it on the snowman.
And tonight might theoretically seem like the perfect night to order some food into your apartment or house. But that being said, I have some bad news for you because DoorDash says they have temporarily suspended delivery service in New York City until at least 10 a.m. tomorrow. We'll keep you updated as this weather situation continues to change tonight. I'll send it back to you, Arthur.
I'm hitting it with the fire.
In advance. All right, thanks so much.
Just
Meredith.
like it,
The weather is causing some disruptions when it comes to public transportation. According to the MTA's website, several subway lines have delays. 5A and L train service is partially suspended, so definitely check before you go out. Riders can also expect longer waits for buses, obviously, given the road conditions. Now, NJ Transit says bus, rail, light rail, and Access Link service remain suspended this evening, but they expect to begin a phased resumption of service beginning tomorrow, starting with all 3 light rail lines. So keep an eye on that if you use it. They're also warning customers expect delays and select train cancellations tomorrow. Now, let's move up north. There's that valley, as Audrey Puente pointed out. This is a look at Nanuet in
3 minutes
County.
long.
That is where Fox 5's Kendall Green is live for us tonight. Good evening, Kendall.
Hey, good evening, Arthur. It's a chilly 21 degrees here in Rockland County, and it feels like 8. And we just got a break in the snow within the last hour or so. When we started our day in
It smelled like chemicals burning.
The entire state is under a state of emergency due to
That's
this
no
stinks. And plenty of snow between both locations we were at today.
That's no falling in here.
Workers working to clean the ice and slush from the roads and frequently traveled areas. Now, we spoke to a crew there at Montvale who's been there since 3:30 this morning, clearing sidewalks, parking lots, and stop. And here in Rockland, those cleaning the street, they tell me this is the most snow they've seen in years, as it's been coming down relentlessly since early this morning. Now, cleanup, they say, hasn't been as much of a challenge since most drivers stayed off the roads like officials requested before the storm. But it's still been a solid day's work on the plow, removing a heavy dose of snow from the storm.
Today, I start 7 o'clock in the morning. Probably I'm done at 8 o'clock or 10 o'clock at night. and at least probably it's 2 foot. That's a lot of snow, a lot.
Now, we expect those same workers to be at work through the night and through the morning, but it will make it
I'm
a lot
uploading the
easier if
video
people
now.
stay off the roads while they're doing that cleaning. But that's the latest here in Rockland County. Kendall Green, Fox 5 News. Arthur?
All right, thanks so much, Kendall. Now, if you've been tracking Kendall, he spent the earlier part of today in the state of New Jersey and looking at what's going on there tonight. They're having a tough time digging out. According to the National Weather Service, southern Jersey got anywhere between 4 to 8 inches or sometimes more, while some parts in the northern section of the state, you heard Archie say, got more than a foot of snow. Crews are working overtime in the Garden State to keep their roads clear.
Ooh, trying to keep up with it. It's coming down a lot, 2-3 inches an hour, they're saying. Yeah, so we're scraping. Time you come back from around, you're white again. So just trying to keep up with the snowstorm, keeping these roads clear and keeping traffic moving.
Officials are saying even if the street looks clear to you, it is still smart not to drive because the cold temperatures could make roads very slick and dangerous. Meanwhile, the snowstorm is causing major disruptions in the air and at the airports across our area and across the country. This is a live look at LaGuardia Airport, which is completely shut down because of the storm. According to FlightAware.com, more than 4,000 flights in the U.S. were delayed today, and more than 11,000 have been canceled.
All right, I'm here checking out the video that I just did. So I'm putting it here together so you guys can see. Okay, let's title it. Which this is 3 of 3. Okay, 3 of 3. Okay. Go ahead and upload it. Think I'm playing, right? If it lets me upload. They're watching me. So good. But this is a little test that I just did. I can even show you the snowman. Hold on, we have to give him a name. Whoever's here, you guys, if you want to give him a name, you can name my snowman. It's no competition. You can name him. I don't know what you want to call him. I'm gonna introduce him to the show. He doesn't melt. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me make sure this uploads properly. Because he doesn't melt. He'll be okay. He's gonna be a part of history here. The snowman that doesn't melt with fire. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. Because it does not make sense to me. Okay. Let's go ahead and save. It's uploading. It's at 28%. Let me make sure it gets all the way in. I already got 154 people that just saw my first video of the snowman not melting. So. I gotta bring him on. Hold on. There we go. Okay. I got that comment. I had to make a little comment on that one. I can't believe this fucking... I can't believe it doesn't melt. I'm going to bring him out. I don't know what you want to call him. If anybody in the room wants to name him, you guys are more than welcome to name him. He's only going to be here for a limited amount of time. You know what I mean? I'm going to try to melt his ass one way or another. I'm going to put him in the frying pan and just melt his ass. It's like, Rick, you're sadistic. Yes. Why not? Burn the snowman to see for experimental purposes. How long does a snowman melt under extreme temperatures? I mean, I know Frozen, he stays alive with the cold weather and with the snow, but is he able to melt? Because I put the fire to him and he didn't want to melt. And I didn't smoke enough medicine for this tonight. I still have half a joint there that I need to smoke. And I'm getting my medicine that I forgot to take earlier because I've been having a good time on this show for Sunday. But we're gonna bring out our friend. It's uploading very slowly. I wonder if they're catching on to me and they're like, yeah, let's slow him down because that's gonna get a lot of attention because that snowman did not melt. I'm telling you. See for yourself. See the other videos too. See the one with the snow that I'm grabbing it and it doesn't feel real. I only have 4 views on that video, but yet the snowman I have 154. How do I only have 4 views calling it fake snow? Because that's what it is. It's fake snow. Okay, I'm gonna bring him out. I don't know what you want to call him. Pepito? We could call him Pepito. Let's bring out Pepito. I'll bust my ass here, but let's bring out Pepito. Pepito, come on. It's time to shine. It's your time to shine. Meet Pepito. Here's Pepito. He's part of the shorts that I just made. The snowman that does not melt. I created him. He is real. He is part of history. I tried to burn him, and he wouldn't go. What is going on with this world? Something's not right. And I put a little Santa Claus hat on him because I want him to look cute. He has a cute little mustache, you know? So, Pepito, it's time to put you back at the window. We're going to keep you there, keep you nice and cold, and then we're going to fry your ass in the frying pan. Pepito, you're going to stay over here. Enjoy. Want a little nice little area for you so you can enjoy. And if people take pictures of you from the outside, that would be very nice of them. We call him Pepito. Pepito. We got Pepito. Oh, people are going to watch this and they're going to laugh. They're like, oh my God, this guy's fucking crazy. I know. It's being... Listen, I just come with receipts. I show you that he's real, and I just did 2 videos on him. But I can't believe that I only got 1 view on the last video that I just put up about a few minutes ago, and only 4 views on the fake snow, because I call it fake snow. I only got 4 views. 4. That's it. And it's been up the longest. Actually, lies. 2 views only for that one. 2 views on the first video of the series of 3. I got only 2 views. The snowman, the Connecticut fake snow, and I titled it, but the fake snow, and I did the experiment. I got 156 views so far. So that video is kind of like It had a little legs. It got 156 views. The one I just put up didn't. Only 2 views. And then the last one, give it a moment. I got 1 view. That's it. But we're gonna leave it for overnight. Let's see if I get famous from the winter storm, fake snow that's happening here. Crazy. I'm telling you, it's wild. We're like, what world have humanity created to get to this point where bioengineered chemicals needs to be poured into the atmosphere in order to create snow? Like, why are we doing this? Why are we spraying all and then keeping it silent and like nobody can really talk about it, right? Because then they call you a conspiracy theorist. Well, bitch, no, I'm a realistic bitch. I take pictures and I ask questions. Okay, I come with receipts. Like, now show your receipts because you know the truth. You motherfuckers are spraying like crazy, and this snow is not real. It's fake. It feels fake. I touched it. It feels fake. Like, even when I made it into a ball, it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like a real snowball. I wish you were here to touch it. That sounded nasty, but like, for real, like it just felt really weird. It's just weird. It's not normal, not by a long shot. But I'm definitely going to be wrapping up the show because it's time for me to lay and relax. Probably put on a movie. I don't know what I want to watch. I'm trying to see what I want to watch. I'm so astonished and so like disappointed at the same time because it was a great amount of snow that had fallen and has fallen. But the disturbing part, the snow don't melt. The snow, I hit it with fire and it didn't melt. And that's disturbing. It just makes you wonder what they put in that chemicals in the air to cause this to happen, and then why the snow does not melt. Because you gotta understand, the snow is getting into our ground. They're poisoning our grounds. They're poisoning us. They find every which way to try to poison us to make us sick in some form. And I believe they did this on purpose. And there's going to be more storms to come. A lot more storms to come. But that's the first time I ever did an experiment like that. That kind of shocked me. To the fact that, like, the snow didn't melt. And I hit it with the torch. This torch, if I was to put it in my hand, like, this is a powerful torch. Like, if I was to hit this torch, like, in my hand, this will burn my fucking hands. Like, it wouldn't even take, like, less than a second. This will burn the fuck out of me. Less than a second. I put it on the snowman for seconds and held it, and it wouldn't melt it. That's wild. But I'm going to wrap it up. I'm done with this night. It was a good night, a long night. Yeah. So much for a short show, Rick. I know. But let's see what happens tomorrow. I'll come back on here. We'll do another show. I want to thank everyone who came by and watched. I truly appreciate it. I hope everyone stays safe. I know it's going to be a treacherous night and a horrible week for many of the people that are affected by the ice storm, but it's going to be okay. Just pray and stay warm. If you have no power and it's cold in your place, just make sure you bundle yourself up with blankets and keep yourself as warm as possible. Layer yourself up and go to sleep with a whole bunch of layers of clothes. You'll survive. We'll all survive. Yay, hey. Okay, no, I'm not going to start singing. I will survive. Oh, no. We're not doing that. All right, guys. Have a great weekend. Have a good morning, good afternoon, and a good night. And I'll catch y'all on the flip side. And like I said, I'll be here tomorrow for another show at 7:30. Good night.